Hello, everybody, and welcome. Just noticing all the pyralis moths on the ceiling. Don't look at those. And whatever that is over there. Oh, it's mating pyralis moths, of course. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final wiggle until all the craziness is over. Welcome, everybody. I am here for many hours today. I just have to at some point take a break to go. Well, I should probably take a break to eat and whatnot, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But I have to go help my neighbor with her landscaping, do our final spray and whatnot. Joseph, let's say hello to everybody. Alan's here way ahead of time. Joseph Tavir, Courtney is here. Hyperbeam, Behijager. Alan, I already said hi to Alan. Courtney, okay, we got some people. Reminder to like the stream, etc. I'm just here all day talking to you guys and doing whatever is necessary. Maybe I'll take some suggestions for show bug if for donations, perhaps maybe I'll do that. I'm going to go ahead and link the fundraiser tiers for the donations, etc. If you haven't read those, go ahead, give them a read. We got something for everybody in every income bracket. Anthony Green says we have arrived to the finale. Kind of a good day. I went to Smoothie King and got this coffee, something extra protein, what have you. And I was sitting there for 10 minutes, and the guy finally finishes it. I'm like, oh, it must be a slow day. I'm a little irritated, but it must be the only guy there working or whatever. And he just hands it to me like, here you go. And I try to give him my card. He's like, no. So I was like, okay, free smoothie. Yeah, bittersweet day, I guess. I got all day to go into everything, but a little distracted. There's goldfinches and a black-capped chickadee on the sunflowers outside my front door. It's a little distracting that they're right there. Oh, there's two chickadees. That's so cute. Wonder if it's a pair. Yeah, here we are, about 3 years into doing the wiggle and coming to an end for now. Free smoothie, free friends, free bugs, and paid bugs. Good day. That's a good way to look at it. We've had a lot happen in the last 2 weeks, month. Angela and I are, long story short, at our wits' ends. It doesn't have to be long story short. I can go into it. We just got all this stuff with probate and all these companies we're trying to contact to do all this stuff, and we just kind of, a lot of days we feel stuck. And it's like there's not enough hours in a day and not enough energy in a human body to do everything that we need to do. So it's just very frustrating. You feel like you're stuck in a rut and the wheels are spinning and you're not getting any traction. But day by day we're getting forward a little bit. Again, goods and bads. I think I mentioned before the flooding. Auction info somewhere, like what's going to be up for bid. Stephen Logan, hello, and Lizard Beans, welcome to both of you. I don't have a schedule. Everything's kind of just blended together. But there will be some giveaways over the course of the live stream through the day. Again, the auction doesn't start until 7 p.m. But let's see, what else was I gonna do? It's just a big mix of everything. This is not a Bugapalooza, so I didn't pull out every stop, and I'm not going to be unaliving myself with the amount of work that needs to be done with every little tiny thing, etc. Which again I'd love to do, but it's not in the cards. I would be set back for months if I had to do a full-on Bugapalooza right now, but still plenty of good stuff. I think we're somewhere between 100 and 200 items for it, all pre-packed, good to go, ready to go tomorrow or Saturday. Angela will be here later to help me. Let's go ahead and put these fundraiser tiers up here. See how I can do this. All right, we got the message pinned for the tiers. Again, some opportunities for those of you with deeper pockets. If you'd like to really donate and get something in return for it, you got some options. Hello, Zero Cool Ninja. Hello, everybody. Where can I start? Where should I start today with some stuff conversation? Again, I'm willing. Anybody here want me to babble on about something? Maybe a bug you're looking to propagate and whatnot. I got time. This is your time to do it. We're gonna cover a lot of ground, I'm sure. Lizard Beans is I'm bouncing between this and going to a Nintendo store. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know where to start with stuff. I'll just start with whatever pops in my head. Any stag beetle care? Yeah, I'll let me hit on that real quick. For larvae, it's at live mycelium and sawdust, and give them both, and they can burrow from the sawdust into the live mycelium. And that's what I've been doing with really good results. Very happy with that. Actually, I have a little friend here. It's going to come out during the auction later. But hey, you got requests for show bug? Willing to take that? I'm even more willing when there's a donation involved. Let me say that. But I have this fellow for later today. This is a nice rainbow stag here. Nice, good size adult male. Big fellow here. But I'm just I can't look at something like this without wanting to ramble about how much more space and stuff I'll be able to do once I get moved and have all kinds of resources at my disposal. And it's just frustrating. Some friends have seconded that. Like I'm in my pupil phase right now, where I'm a subadult trying to molt to adulthood of something, and it's just everything's so uncomfortable and it feels imperfect. And in the end, hopefully I will emerge as a beautiful imago, and everything will be good. I'm tempted to whether or not to leave Discord up or not. I'll probably take Discord down for the moment. Probably. So we don't have notifications. You are going to pupate so good, bro. I can only hope. Let me go into sort of the plan for the Roach Crossing building that we got going on. So I was hoping for somewhere between, I think, 3,000 and 5,000 square feet, and we don't have enough accessory square footage space on our parcel to do that. So I'm stuck with 2,400 and some change ish. So that's the bottom line, and I was ready and willing to accept that and just kind of deal with it. And then I thought, no, no, this is not going to fly. So then I thought, well, how can we get around this? And I thought, well, you get a basement or you get an upstairs, and then you're not subjected to that additional square footage because you're not actually occupying that floor plan on your property, I guess. So anyways, basically, I then ran it by the builder. Hey, can we do a basement? That would be my preference for insulation and all that stuff. And basement was a no-go. But an upstairs was in the cards. So we met and talked about that, figured that out, and the current schematic includes an upstairs, a second floor. and that's how it's going to be. Describe it as an armored bunker, says Monkey. That's funny. Hyperbeam says, one of my local stores brought stags and Hercules beetles. I never thought I'd see something like that in a pet store. Looks like they're gaining popularity. I mean, they've always been popular, but also I think the future is not necessarily beetles like this, but we'll see. They're a hard kind of easy, where there's a lot of setup intensiveness, and you gotta kind of hit your beats as you're working with them. But anyways, Exotic Williams says, going to miss part of the stream and hope it goes well. Zen Monkey says, local jewelry store wasn't permitted to have a man trap door, but it got approved as an energy efficient green energy double door. That's funny. Man trap door. I gotta look that up. What that means. Oh, man trap access control. Interesting. Okay, so it's like what you see at a fancy hotel or larger office buildings and whatnot. Very interesting. Energy efficient green energy double door. That's funny. 2 doors and only one can be open at a time. Yeah, I can see why you'd want that if you were a jewelry store. Yeah, fascinating. Where was I? Where was I? Anyways, this is fine. The second floor thing is fine. And we're gonna basically, I'm just gonna start on the first floor, see how energetics go with that, with keeping it heated and workflow space and all of that sort of stuff. Also realizing I need to put up my away messages on the things. I can't type. He's on my finger. I could type, but point being, maybe a security bunker is permitted when a basement isn't. The issue there is that I intend to have a good working relationship with the township, etc., and they're already aware of everything that is happening, and so I would like to keep a good faith relationship going on, and not sort of test boundaries with stuff like that. Now, there are some things I may do that with like greenhouse type stuff, but I'm not gonna push the envelope or work on that for some time. That and there, I gotta get some clarification for them on some things. I can probably write with this guy, like type with this guy like this. Yeah, it's like a ring. It'd be kind of a nice ring. Maybe a minor male or something like that. So, anyways, we have a second floor, which is not going to be finished like the bottom floor is. The main floor is going to be very heavily outfitted for biocontainment, sterilizability, etc. Basically, my dream. Epoxy floors, airlock / foyer / whatever you want to call them, areas that prevent direct access to the outside through the main doors, both as an aesthetic choice, but also in case the future gets very serious and I'm able to one day import things, etc. That might be part of being allowed to do that. Non-porous walls, non-porous ceilings. Every surface will be non-porous and washable, so we're getting that going on. There will be a formal office. It should be a bit bigger than this one, and that is where the future live streams, etc., will take place. The wiggles, if the wiggle format continues and for how long, etc., will be in the office. Hope to get that a nice, again, rig so I can show stuff off on the stream, and we may switch off of YouTube to something that allows for, again, a side camera or something an overlay, or so perhaps my little face will be up there and the focus will be on the bug as we go. Hello, Tess. Hi, guys. Exciting plans, I hear. Yes, very exciting and very stressful to coordinate. The thing that I was weirdly excited about, and I was telling Angela this, is like I never thought I would own a building with a stairwell, and here we are, because the new building is going to have a stairwell. I don't know. I just think that's fascinating. 2 windows in the whole building, and as I'm told, there wouldn't be difficult to install new ones. Or additional windows if I change my mind, but 1 window in the office overlooking the pasture, and the other window over by the workbench slash sink slash whatever area. So places where boring, tedious work would be done are going to have a nice window to the outside, and that's it. Everything else is going to be no windows to maximize our insulation, etc. R31 or R38, I have to check the text again. Insulation for the attic, for the walls, for everything. 2 large 10,000 BTE heaters. Let's see. That seems about right. BTU, 10,000 BTUs. Maybe it's more than that. I have to check my my estimate. I don't know if we're going to need them all or need both of them in addition to the electrical stuff that's going to be running, but I figured better safe than sorry. Those will be gas operated. The building will have electric, gas, and water. Will not have a formal septic, etc. There will not be a bathroom, unfortunately. Too much money, too much space. But the house is not that far away, and the bathroom is very accessible from there. So I will be managing gray water with some sort of gravel field or something to a rain garden, etc. I got to really see the layout of things and what space I have to deal with after things get built. It does limit what I should use for standard sterilization of stuff, but as I understand, a lot of the things I already use. Backup generator for power outage, yes, that is something that flicks in and out of being at the forefront of my mind. We will need a generator for power outage. Although I don't, can the gas heaters function without electricity? Or do they need something to like spark them to get them going? Okay, it's definitely not 10,000 BTUs. That's a bit on the smaller side. Blue flame heater. Ooh, they have these in the greenhouse catalogs. Maybe somebody can tell me more about that. Probably more than 10,000. I need to check. Yep, electric ignition. So I would still need they need power for the fans, I believe. Remind us. Thank you, Jojo, for bringing that up. Yeah, I guess then we just need we just need enough power to get those guys back up and running. So it depends on whether or not they have electric ignition or pilot light. I can try and pull up the model here. I have the model pulled up here. 50-gallon water heater. We were going to do 10, and I think a full-size 50-gallon is 100,000 BTUs. Yeah. Modern 100,000 BTU unit heater. Let's see if that's got a pilot light or if it's electric start. Swivel mounted. Trying to find. If I can find thermal efficiency, gas fired. Does that imply pilot light? Modine, hot dog, power vented propane, stainless steel. I think this is it. Is in a tank full of electric eels instead of a generator. Makes an awesome addition if you ever decide to go full super villain. 10K B2, it's small. 80K to 120K. Yeah, so there's 200K BTUs, heaters. Fuel type naturally propane gas. Permanently lubricated motor. Oh boy. Direct spark ignition. That sounds like it's not a pilot light, is what it sounds like. What it sounds like. So, I think most take electricity for spark. Thank you, Stephen Logan, for commenting there. Anyways, so it seems that I did plan a generator initially, but I might have to ask for a concrete pad area to add one of those. Pad lights are uncommon in residential installs now. Thank you, Zamuki. And blower motor. That's true. There's the blower motor. Can't forget about that. Yeah, I guess I don't. I don't know what our timetable is for things because of some other stuff that's happening. It's we're waiting for just to get me out of here and out there. We're still waiting to get the fencing put up, and the guy was just out to do like the final check of things for the land clearing, and he said it would happen within a month. And of course, this is a recurring theme, but the problem, as I understand it, is that this machine that they use for this stuff is currently located very far away in another project, and they are trying to, I would assume, project hop to get it back into the area of Holly. So that is my understanding. I could be getting snow jobbed. I don't know. But the guy seemed nice, and we've had other estimates for stuff, and basically everybody who came out to do estimates for the work was like, you got somebody who's doing it for that much? Yeah, don't do it with us, then we don't want to do this. No companies want to do this work that we need done. So we kind of don't have a choice. But anyways, once that's done and the fencing goes up, then we can move all the livestock stuff over there, and then I can move over there basically and just commute back to here to do my bug work, etc. At whatever frequency I need to do, because this driving back and forth out there to help Angela with stuff and do things is driving both of us nuts, and her driving out here, and it's just too much. It's way too much for both of us. So, anyways, let's go back to the positives again. The building, I get to, of course, lay it out exactly how I want to. So all the water heater, blah blah blah, is just right up near the front. It's very accessible for servicing, etc. And I gotta get lights for the building. I'm just now thinking I gotta get a couple of. Don't have to go overboard, but I do need to get a couple of lights. Gotta think about that. I need to get them from like an Overstock or like commercial supply store. Some big LEDs for overhead. Hyperbeam asking, any thoughts on Dean Ryder's guide theory on ring as bullous varicosis? I haven't heard of it. Let's see. Desert delirium. Person breeding pupae around Larvae pupate around 88 degrees in moist sanquar. And this sounds very easy. Problem I've had is this year with Asboluses, I've gotten tons of eggs, but not very many larvae. They're either eating the other eggs or the larvae as they hatch or something. And pupation is probably not the hugest deal. Right now, I just wish I could get some larvae the good size. It's Arachnivore. CJ was asking him how he did it. I just remember at my parents' house when I cooled a group of Asbolus verrucosus, and I had them on like half an inch of play sand, and I kept them in my bedroom. And then just one day in the summer when I looked in there, there was just tons and tons of good-sized larvae, and I was just feeding them dog food. And then I let them dry out, and that was the end of that. But I'm just like, what did I, like, how did I do that? Did they change the dog food formula? Is there something that I'm missing that I did that I can't remember? Something I can't replicate? So I'm just very annoyed, but I will be working on other Asbolus species once I move. I have this group of Mexicanus that again keeps spitting out eggs, but I'm not getting many good-sized larvae out of it. We'll see. A lot of things should come forth with the move, and I can do some more work. But right now, it's all about Alan. They're all still alive. I still have all the adults. Nothing's happening with the eggs. I even tried putting some Embaphion in to try and get them to lay eggs for the Asbolus to eat, and that doesn't seem to do much. The guy was saying they just need to be well fed and kept at room temperature to get eggs. Yeah, I have no shortage of eggs. It's just all the eggs seem to disappear, and I'm not even getting that many larvae popping up afterwards. And there were like hundreds of eggs in June or something. So they get eaten. Yes, I'm wondering by adults or by larvae, and why didn't that happen before? And I always have dog food and a fruit jelly in there, but maybe it's are you not separating out larvae? No, that was not the I was not separating them out. Alan, you'd had success with getting some to pupate in a mixed group, so I had figured I would try not to do that. And I had last winter when I had them on heat and I was getting larvae larvae too. The larvae weren't eating each other, but they might very good chance that they are eating the eggs. So maybe that's part of it. Which is interesting because that means they either there's not much protein necessarily in eggs, but there's a lot of fat, which makes me wonder if they'd like beef tallow or something. No, I had several larvae get big, but I kept them separate when they were big. Well, it's a good thing these things live forever. I should go through and clear these. I have them in here right now, so I take extra care of them. I have them in these old Tetramin tubs that I just filled with sand, and then I threw them into here so I could just toss like the dog food and whatnot straight in and water them very frequently. And I should do a decompile of these, but the problem is there's so many other things I have to do that it's definitely on the back burner. But yeah, maybe I'll do the silly approach of separating out a couple of larvae and rearing them individually and seeing what happens on dog food, fish flakes, what have you. Send some eggs to TJ. I might as well send some adults to TJ, or send. I'll just send something to TJ. I think he needs another box from me soonish. But yeah, we're everything's just kind of unoptimized right now. It's not fun. But so timetable for stuff is again where we kind of the house is kind of already spoken for, but it's going to be it's not going to be as difficult as it could be, but it's going to still be a process getting things moved out of here. And of course, I can't move anything out until the building's done, and We do need the generator. We will need the generator to act as a precaution in case of catastrophic failure during the wintertime. I'm gonna put this guy back. He's a little uncomfortable. He's on the move. He's warmed up. Hyperbeam says he was so obsessed about that he would sift it weekly to make sure he was hatching rearing eggs together that were the same age. See, that's a little much, I think. But probably be helpful to know more specifically what the diet of the larvae is in the wild. Again, I think getting large groups of larvae to a good size is the big wall, basically. And I think fixing that and making that easier would make everything else easier. In fact, I wonder if the larvae have a preference for proteinaceous material or something. I wonder if there would be some advantage to raising them with Eleodes armata. I wonder, since that's probably the most common co-occurring darkling with the Asbolus is Eleodes armata, and they do produce a lot of larvae. Would you consider offering moisture through diet, veggies, or weighing the dog food or something? Yeah, again, I didn't do anything special at my parents' house in the attic, so I was kind of hoping to get away with these setups, but boy, those Mexicanas just did lay a bunch of eggs. Oh, maybe I should just send all the adults to TJ. That might be what I'll do. So, just to get us through these trying times, very trying times of stuff. But I do. We'll look at some more wins. I'm doing very well with my Rhombodera matids at the moment. I've been keeping them communally up to subadult. Hey, that's new. Communally, there's 3 in this one and 2 in this one. And it basically boils down to giving them a ton of food and never not giving them a ton of food. And I think the space is important too, so that they can get away from each other. I think that's pretty important. Once they mature, I will be separating, though, because I don't want males to try and mate with females before they're ready and all that stuff. Were you buying all new enclosures? I still have to message Aqueon and try and get somewhere with that chain of command. I'm really hoping that I can buy all new tanks and just have them delivered. I'm still hoping that. And with a brick and mortar store, I might be able to get in and say, hey, my store is in Holly, Michigan, and I need a bunch of tanks. Maybe I can do that. I don't know how thoroughly they look into stuff, but I have an idea. Curious. I'll touch on this idea in a second. A person, how are you pushing the largest roach collection thing? I wonder how receptive they'll be to that. Who? Oh, Aqueon. Yeah, I don't know if that even matters, because also random blowhards probably message them all the time saying, like, I have the largest fish collection in the world. And they have, like, their basement. Well, a basement full of tropical fish is not necessarily as impressive as a basement full of cockroaches, in the sense that you could have a couple of 55-gallon tanks with a handful of fish in them and take up about as much space as it would take to have like 30 plus roach species. So, it does sound a little bit blowhardy to say that, but I thought it would help. What I was just thinking was, the neighbors across the street at the new place own a feed store. The feed store's in the family. And I'm wondering if I can use that to get tanks there's a chain of command there, and I don't know the feed store people all that well, but Angela knows the matriarch of the family, would probably put in a good word for her and by extension me, so I'm wondering how that would work. But I think there's probably better chance of me getting them for close to wholesale value from just contacting them myself, which I need to just do, which I could do today on the stream, with the moral support of all you loving people. I could call Aquion today and get it over with and see what they can or can't do for me. I tried emailing, and 2 emails didn't go anywhere. So I'm thinking I have to call and get rejected in person to do it, to get some traction. So, I think I could do that. We're gonna do that. We'll do it in about an hour. We'll give them a call. Okay, my neighbor Diane says the tree rangers went to get more tools and they'll be back shortly to cut my grass and move the giant logs and then the grass at 19855. What time will they mow everything at? Neighbor's supposed to call me when the lawn, the landscape, whatever, when the people who cut the grass come out, because then I have a very small window where I need to go over there and spray everything with herbicide to kill the woody stuff. So I'm going to set an alarm for 11:30, and that's when we're going to call Aquion. I need to put up an away message right now on my emails. So, Tess, you can do it. Thank you again. I'm assuming they're going to say, oh, sorry, we can't. You're blah, 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 not a blah, blah, blah store, or we need a registered blah, 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 something or other. But we'll see. Maybe I just need to call and pester. Sometimes maybe that'll do it. But I'm thinking, if I can get minimum 100 of each, I think 200 of each size would be great. At least to just have a contact for when this needs to go through, because obviously it's your registered business. They can't be that picky. They can be, though, because they don't want just random people having access to wholesale quantities of things. But again, an actual building and all this stuff, maybe I should or shouldn't mention that I'm doing this for a personal collection, but I mean, it's not a personal collection, it's the business's collection, but you know what I'm saying. I'm not Joe's Corner Pet Store situation going on here. So maybe I should just say that I run an insect business and I need X and X amount of tanks, etc. If only there was like a plastic equivalent of 10 gallons and 5.5 gallons. Like with the problem is the lids. The problem is I've grown very fond of the metal lids for tanks because almost maybe counterintuitively, they're very good at containing things when I outfit them the way that I do. This also reminds me I need to find a way to cut glass. I had a couple people recommended some stuff to me, and I need to just bite the bullet and buy it and start messing around with it. Because all I need to do is make a 1/2-inch hole in glass. That's it. With a 1/2-inch hole in glass, the world is my oyster. I have so much stuff that I can do. With that in terms of enclosure styles and materials, etc. And it just, it's so appetizing to think that I could just move chunks of cultures to the new place into setups that are just waiting for them. And have a good start that way. It's just too much. Farouche says, hello, I'm late. We'll cheer everyone from the other side of the pond. Thank you, Farouche. And thanks everybody for the moral support. So I'm going to throw up my away message real quick. Just tell people I'm not going to respond to emails probably until Monday, non-auction related emails. Let's see. So today's the 26th. The last day is going to be the 30th. Busy with the final live stream auction. I will be using this the rest of the week for the final live stream and auction shipping. If your email is not concerning an auction order, I will respond to it as soon as possible the week of September 30th. Thank you, Kyle. Okay. Do that over here. Also, I guess I have to plug this a bit. A reminder that there is a donation link if anybody feels so kind as to donate. It is there. You can donate at any time between now and I think October 10th out of the kindness of your heart for the bug building, perhaps for a piece of yourself to be immortalized physically in Roach Crossing history. We have one donator already who has chosen to do that, and I am very grateful for that. Did I get the dates right for that? 24th. Okay, yeah, we're good. All right, the away message is up. Woo. Yeah, anybody have anything they'd like me to talk? Hyperbeam asking, I don't know why I grabbed this, I'm stimming a bit. Any katydids today by any chance? Low-key regret. I didn't have any planned, but if you don't mind some slightly mutilated Stilpniclora, I could probably do a pair of adults with wing issues. I have a cage with some here, and I received some nymphs. They were shipped a bit too dry, and they nibbled each other in transit, and they've recovered. They seem physically healthy as adults because they've all molted, and it took a while for them to molt. But they're not perfect looking. So I could maybe do that. Just understand you're not getting perfect Stilpniclora. You're basically getting something that you're going to breed to get a colony going, and they should be perfect from there. So just go into it with that knowledge and mindset. So maybe remind me of that tonight, Hyperbeam. Remind me of that. Let's see. A person says won't be able to stick around long, but I hope everything with the stream goes well today. Me too. Let's see. What else? Was there other orders of business or discussion today? Did anybody like to see any bugs? Anything in particular? Let me know. Conversations about things. I could go off on how much I'm enjoying tropical millipedes at the moment. Maybe not the worst thing to look into. Stuff people are selling. A person, I didn't ask how they were with the Liridoblata. They were all right. It seemed like maybe about 20%, but that's fine. They're doing fine, and they're tiny ectobioid roaches, so As long as you have a pair and you fix conditions or things are kept right, they tend to rebound. Gosh, I need to... The Miramar neoblatella species on the verge of collapse, perhaps salvaged from that. I need to check the original container. Humid air and a lot of tiny roaches don't mix. And there goes my shoelace. Perfect. Humid air and tiny roaches usually do not mix. Let's see if there's anything going on in here. There were some tiny nymphs when I pulled sort of like the pulled individuals to the new enclosure. Again, as long as there's an adult pair, should recover just fine and very quickly, but should put a ginger jelly packet in here. That's what I should do in case any ooths start to hatch. Don't like to see that. Anybody see the dust from the mold on the fish flakes in here when I shook it? Yeah, really not seeing many signs of life. Again, this is the old culture. I'm hoping that there could be some nymphs just holding on in here, and that, or unhatched egg cases in case the new colony goes kaput. So we call contingency protocols. There was a very visible dust plume. It was not dust, it was pure fungus spores. Contingency protocol is very important, especially if you only have half an idea of what you're doing. So here we go, everybody. I'm gonna show you what to do if you move things to a new culture. You got the old bin and you're not ready to get rid of it just yet. Here's my plan. I'm going to put a ginger jelly, mango coconut jelly in here as food for any nymphs that might pop up. So this is sweet, hydrating, etc. Shouldn't mold for a while. I'm just going to throw the wrapper in there too. So we're going to put this in there, probably slightly on the side. Get rid of that extra moisture. It's a very important step. Then what I'm going to do is, this is dried out a good amount, such that it's probably not conducive, even with the air humidity, to the Miramar roaches doing all that hot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pump the sprayer quite a bit to build up pressure. I'm going to set it to almost the most mist-like setting to blast this, and then I'm going to blast one of the corners to make the humid microclimate back there. But my plan is that will suppress any of this mold stuff that's popped up all over the place, force it down further into the substrate, kind of clearing the physical surfaces above that of that stuff, and perhaps triggering some egg cases to hatch with a more thorough mist versus if I were to just do the back corner, it may not bump the whole air humidity up temporarily enough to encourage a good hatch. So we're gonna try that right now live on the stream. We're gonna take care of these guys. And I do hope to do more videos. I do hope to do videos like this after the move, showing people like, hey, here's what you can do to fix problems or how to prevent them in the first place. So we got this all pumped up. We're going to set it to that's a good setting right there. And we're just going to hit that top layer a bit. I went from the mist to the more stream setting. Hit the back corner a little bit to bump the humidity back there. Little moist microclimate. Moist microclimate not as valuable when you have all this mold in an enclosure, though. It can be detrimental, but this is a salvage attempt to see if there's anything in here just in case the new culture fails. Again, contingency protocol is what we call this. Put all of our gear back on, and within a month should know if this brought anything out. I'm looking real quick to see if there's any tiny nymphs or what have you. Don't see anything. But these little ectobioid roaches can be a fruitful bounty for you, producing nearly endless nymphs in a very short amount of time. Or they can be the biggest thorn in your side, is how that works. Tess says, Jacob Ma seems to be any megaphasmas. Oh, geez, you have a female but no male. She might reproduce partly genetically, but no, my megaphasmas, I got a very poor egg lay out of them this year. I think the room humidity went up and they wanted it dry. They did superb all winter. And then right around, I think it was March-ish, they just started to just drop off before maturing. And I only have, I don't know, maybe 25 eggs. And not all the eggs look all that good either. So I'm crossing my fingers. And just important for me to know in the future. It's such a double-edged sword when you have high air humidity, because a lot of tropical stuff does well, temperate stuff doesn't always do so well. And I almost, even though this room has been getting so humid, I almost wish that it stayed like it was all winter time. Post on blog. 1 second, Alan's brought up something very important. Post on the blog says the auction starts at 8. Alan, can you send me the Discord? Can you send me a link on Discord? Oh, I didn't categorize this as a blog post. Gotta do that. Send me a link on Discord of where there's the discrepancy in time. The auction does start at 7. It's not at 8. Also, I just realized for the first time in forever, I gotta edit the homepage and get rid of the blog posts every blah 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 every Thursday. Categories, blog posts. Because that's obviously changing. Sorry, it was June auction post. Never mind, Alan's good. Tess says, I have way too many Porcellia Hoffman Zegii males in my new group. Anyone tried keeping males only in a separate tank in order to later put them back, and thus added genetic diversity, putting males back to future generations. That is, Alan does that with some of his giant Porcellia so they don't massacre the females. Don't think he adds them back, though. My 2 cents is, if you have enough space, you shouldn't have any problems with excess males. I don't remove any excess males on any of my larger Porcellio. I haven't had any issues. A person asks, what mister do you use? That's not a mister. It is a herbicide sprayer. This is the Chapin Model 20002, 2-gallon size, and they don't make them like they used to, folks. I bought one for somewhere between $40 and $70 in 2016. That sprayer, I think it was a gallon size sprayer. That sprayer lasted until 2022, I think, until it finally something critically failed on it and it broke. These new ones, they just don't make them as well. This handle, I had this unit. I thought this is a good unit, holds its charge, etc. well. etc. And then these little pegs that lock in here when you push it down, they broke off at some point on another one of these. Fortunately, they're kind of cheap for a 2-gallon sprayer, but it's kind of hard to find a good quality model nowadays of these. If anybody has suggestions, I'm open to that. Alice, okay, catching up on things. Yeah, those new sprayers just fall apart when we use them. We bought an all metal one. Never do that. I wonder why. Why not? Hyperbeam says, if I see Witch's Brew put up tonight, I'm risking divorce. Just saying. No, I'm gonna spoiler alert. No Witch's Brews tonight because I'm down to basically just my breeders. But I think I started with 2 females, and that produced all my stock basically for the last however often I've been offering them the last couple of months. So with this new group starting to mature, there's a lot more females in it, so I'm going to have a lot more of them available, as well as some other expansive projects. Geez, I need witches. I need Witch's Brew. Actually, not Witch's Brew, Witch's Potion. This is getting out of hand. They are way harder to pump, Kyle. Yeah, I could see that. I'm fine with these ones. It's just, again, if I could just find one like that one I had from 2016, that thing was a trooper. But anyways, I'm tempted to look into the main Miramar culture because it is important. It is important species to preserve, considering we have no idea what it is. There may be, we're going to see how the winter goes. There may be other auctions, etc. The fact of the matter is, with this move, all the things we have to buy, the inconsistency of our life schedule, etc., we really need as much money as we can, and the faster we can make it for the easier, the better is the bottom line. You have so many species of ice pods, not as many here in Sweden. Wild or in trade? I'm going to check the Miramars, guys. I'm going to check on them. Laddie Blatella also have not been too happy. See, this is, guys, this can be the future here. This is, you're looking at the beginning of the future with the new building. I might even get a GoPro, or what are the kids using for face down looking at stuff, videos of things as you work? What's the current thing? I could use a good head attachment camera would be very helpful, so that I can get everybody in on the beauty and the disgustingness of the stuff that I'm working on. Jojo's saying that they have the Scott's 190567 for an electric sprayer. Insta360 camera, says Jojo. Okay, I'm gonna have to make a note of that. Again, we're still off. Everything is dependent on the building getting finished and built and all that. But Angela and I have had extensive head bashing conversations about the direction for everything, and we're on the same, or we're getting to be on the same page. I think we're always on the same page, but I just needed to convey more of it and why. That once the building is built and everything's moved in, etc., we are going to pound the pavement with content, with engagement, with all these things for everybody to really get all of you in on the ground floor of stuff, to really generate that social media, blah, blah, blah. It'll be a lot easier when the space for this is designated and not part of the house and whatnot. So we'll just take a quick gander at these cultures. These guys I just redid maybe in June or July. Was the Latiblatella renai from Big Pine Key. And again, this is looking very typical for an ectobioid colony. Midsummer, I look in, I see a fair number of corpses. It's kind of discouraging to look in. That white stuff in the substrate isn't flower pot fungus. It's actually dolomite. I was trying to trying this new pH balance approach stuff with the substrate. So this colony does not look good at a cursory glance, but I did poke around in it. I looked at it at night, and the important thing is there's a lot of nymphs between the first and third instar. You can probably see a couple of them crawling back here. So this colony, because those nymphs are alive and it's mostly older or mostly adults that have died, this colony is doing okay and is poised for a big population boom as soon as conditions in the room improve. So this is not all that. It's still worrying. If I was going into the summer with the colony looking like this, I would be worried. But because we're going into winter and things look like this, it's actually okay. And now you can all see the magic of these watering ports. There we go, all watered. Just a quick drink. Kind of wish I had it more on the stream setting so I'd get a little bit more saturation towards the back. But this is good. If they want to come out to drink, they can. And there's a lot more activity since I sprayed, so these guys were getting thirsty. But again, it's a fine line. It's a fine line in summertime with how much you water some of these smaller species. Currently, I'm fighting to keep my Blatella litericalis colony alive. It's 100% their humidity. They want it drier. And the best I can do is give them some extra heat to dry out the substrate, but even that might not be enough. No, Alan, this is Alan swears he saw Plectoptera powii on the label. This is the Latiblatella renai culture. The powii is this container right here, which probably also needs a reset, but I'm gonna hold out on that. So these guys, again, you look in here, maybe not looking like they're doing the best at the moment, but there's also a ton of teeny tiny nymphs all over the place. And the name of the game right now is we just got to make it until winter when I can water as much as I want to day and night. And because of the air dryness and the airflow, everything is okay. So these guys need a bit more than just the spray. We'll hit them with the, there we go. Some good noise of stuff hitting the back. Also coming up on needing to do just husbandry up here. Time just keeps flying. I only do it 12 times a year, and yet it feels like I haven't been doing it enough and blah, blah, blah. But here we go. We got a little bit more activity. You can see this colonies. It's going to be fine. Long term, over time, these guys will be fine. They're doing just fine in here. It's just, again, the summertime blues for some of these small species that needed a bit drier. How do they like the pine cones? I don't know how to prep those. They love them. A lot of roaches love pine cones. I rinse them with hot water, and then I will usually bake them to kind of get the resin to give a lot, and eventually they just become just fancy pieces of wood, and bugs love that. Speaking of tiny things, how are the silverfish you still have doing? Species Israel doing fine. Longicaudatum seem to be fine. The lab stock Longicaudatum. Hurricane Utah doing fine. Fire brats are doing fine. It's the ciliatum and the quadrilineata that are that did not do the best overall. Oh, Lepisma might be doing fine too. Lepisma from the barn might be doing fine. I'm gonna go ahead and put these back. Well, actually, I gotta check the Miramars. Look at all those Pyralis molds. We're gonna check these Miramars. Turn off the heat on this heater too. So this is a concerning. I'm not seeing as many as I should be in here. It's a fresher colony, so you're going to have a little bit of, some guys are still going to be dying from when they were in their old setup. But the question is, do we end up with one adult male and one adult female that's going to save everything? So now we look at this and we ask ourselves, why is there a hissing cockroach in here? We ask that. And the answer to that is that I believe that larger roaches greatly help with some other bugs by providing nutritious poop that they can eat, the poop. But another thing is a bit more of a physical action, more like a keystone species kind of thing, where when you have something like a hisser in the enclosure, they're very hungry, they eat a lot, they drool a lot, etc. They will keep the food freshly opened and hydrated a little bit, free of mold or chewed on or with the aggregating pheromone around it. And that seems to help with some smaller roaches that if the food molds over completely, they can't eat it. If it dries up completely, they can't eat it. So that's kind of the point of having the hisser in here, is to assist with that. So I'm checking the pine cones. You see a couple of desiccated adults, which is not a good sign, because those were not desiccated when I set this up, which means that they probably crawled into the pine cones, succumbed to fungal infection, and died, which is not good. Does not bode well for other things. I am gently blowing on the substrate to encourage any nymphs to come to the surface. Now I'm blowing and I see an exuvia, which is a good sign. So something is molted. That's good. I'm not seeing much activity, which is where I would go for the next approach. And our substrate seems to be of appropriate humidity, etc. Springtail activity looks good. It's a deceased larger nymph, which is a bad sign. It's definitely a bad sign. But so my next step here is probably to do very similar to what we did in the original enclosure, and that is do a whole spray and then do just a back end spray. And I do have this culture on heat, which helps. So let's see how this goes. See if anybody comes to the surface. All right, we've sprayed, we've irritated the hisser, and we've got a couple of nymphs coming up. That's good. We got a larger nymph. That's good. Good sign. Anybody else? So if we see somewhere between 4 and 10 nymphs, minimum of 4, that's a sign that we're good. We're going to be all right. We see less than that, things are still up in the air. And the nymph looks like a male, which is not the best, but Alan has a single female, so there's that. Oh, there's another nymph. Okay. We may be all right. Of course, we will not know for sure until a couple of months from now, but the deck is stacked favorably for us with a brand new setup and a hisser present. So I'm going to give this culture probably a 50-50 shot of being all right. And again, if we can limp across the finish line to winter time, we get easy mode where I don't have to worry about managing humidity and all this other stuff. Everything will be fine without any worries. So let me catch up on the chat here. Let's see what we got going on. Third Coast Ball Pythons, welcome. I don't think I've seen you in the chat before unless you had a different name. The Surinamensis I got from you have exploded. They're doing great, but I see a bunch of winged males. Is there something to be concerned with, and how do I sort them with them being able to climb? The adult females have wings of Surinamensis, and some of the nymphs can actually climb as well. Usually late instars are able to climb sometimes. So that's normal. A person says, I wonder if I should be trying to keep some roaches with snails since those tend to start ignoring old food. Yeah, that maybe try with hissers. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that we can all figure out and test and try, and don't do it with the rare last of its kind species of something, but it's worth a shot. Double Z says, good morning. Welcome. Good morning, bro. Welcome. Good morning to you too, Double Z. Hyperbeam says, his or boob is gold. My Javanica have Flava marginatus, small dark links, and Euthir Pacific, and with them, and everyone's doing great in there, so I stand by that theory. That is so funny. See, I basically, you can find a lot of bugs in rodent nests, and I'm not going to keep mice with all my bugs, and that's just not an idea necessarily. So the next best thing is another bug that's kind of functionally like that. Alan says, you want me to send my female to you when I send Morava Pulcala? Yes, that would be a smart idea. I think we have a good chance. And again, by the time we get to December, I have no worries. If we've got a pair, they're going to be everywhere in here. If I can find a good way to keep 10-gallon tanks full of some of these tiny species, I may give it a try. And it's all going to start with that watering port. And then I can work upwards from there in terms of how to secure lids and whatnot like that. But many of these tiny species, they can find just the right microclimates in a larger enclosure, and it takes some of that stress off of maintaining them. Gosh, I need something to drink. First time in chat. All right, there we go. I knew I was right. Third Coast Ball Pythons, but not first time purchaser. Circus says, I think a thing you may have to worry about is the hisser nay eat the eggs. Eggs of what is what I would wonder. I think many eggs in many cases, there may be they have ways of discouraging things from eating them. That's not always the case though. Invertebrate Dude says, hey, it won't be on for more than a couple hours, but I made it. Welcome, TJ. We were just trying to figure out the fate of the Miramars. I don't know if you or Brandon still have them going. I think this culture is ultimately safe, but Alan's going to send me his last female just to be sure. And again, if we get to the to winter, I think we're going to be golden. I'm already giving them heat, etc. Kevin Santiago says it's lit. It is lit. Welcome, Kevin, as well. I'm going to put these back on their feet. Actually reminding me I need to do a water in here. I'm wondering if I can do that later. If I have Angela take over the stream, I'll just go around and do a water. Should water these. Thus is life. Whoa. Angela stream? Yes, we she may pop in, especially if my my neighbor's landscape stuff happens later and not earlier. But she had some stuff pertinent to the state to manage today, so she's not going to be here for a bit. Third Coast Ball Python's asking, do you have any specific methods to sort climbing roaches to separate out colonies? Can you clarify on that? I'll usually just grab handfuls and put them in a new container with a barrier on it or whatever. TJ says, I have them labeled as species Miami still, but yeah, I have them. They're recovering from a crash, though. Same, TBH fam. And again, I stick to my dogma that if you crash a colony and you work with the survivors, you should do everything in your power to keep those survivors going and keep their progeny around, because it is a degree of micro adaptation to whatever caused them to crash, and whoever you've got left clearly was able to survive that. And if you can rebound the colony from there, usually you don't have many issues after that. Alan says, damn, we all are having terrible luck with them lately. Mine is not terrible luck. It's 100% my fault that they are in the state that they are, because for maybe since about April, the colony, there were a lot of them dying from or being overtaken by a yellow fungus. Not sure what it is. Oh, there's a goldfinch feeding its nestling. It's fledgling outside, feeding two of its fledglings outside right now. That's lovely to see. Anyways, and I just figure, oh, they're so prolific and they'll be fine, and they'll recover from the stress, and I'll just limp across the finish line to winter. And at some point, it came down to that wasn't going to be the case. I wasn't doing my room husbandry enough, or they just became too stressed and overwhelmed by all the fungal spores that were in the enclosure. Again, it was a slow burn of maybe 3 to 4 months. Yeah, 3 to 4 months. And 100% could have been avoided if I pulled some to a new enclosure earlier, and did not. So 100% my fault on that. They've been going since 2022, or maybe it was late 2021 without issues. So, yeah, 100% my fault. It could have been prevented, but was not. I'm trying to get better at that. But again, I figured they could pull through it. And maybe they will. We still got some live news, etc. A person says, idea for after the move, set up a 24/7 live stream each with one of your more charismatic and active species. I may do that with an enclosure, especially with like a moonlight bulb over something. Could be interesting. I like that idea. Third Coast Ball Pythons. My colony is so big it's in a 50-gallon commander tub. I need to separate it into a second. Get a bucket, take out half of it, dump it into the new container, and then add substrate after that. Try that. Hyperbeam says, so glad we didn't go straight to auctioning. A lot of good convos have already happened. It's only been an hour. Yeah, I do need... I was unable to get out and get food and drink for myself. I made some couscous this morning, but my body is craving more than couscous, and I'm surprisingly more dehydrated. I could make it worse or better. I used to have a Brazilian friend, and he introduced me to the guarana drinks. And the first time I had one, I saw that Amazon had them. So it's like, well, sheesh, I'll just have a bunch of them delivered. And I had one maybe on Sunday, whatever day Angela was over here to help me last. I think it was Sunday. And the first one I had, I felt like I was on some sort of hard drugs. Like it hit me so hard. And then I've had a couple more of them throughout the week, and they barely even feel like anything now. So I don't know what was going on that day. But anyways, I got a couple of those in the fridge. I might go grab one. Should wet the whistle for now. And TJ says, I let my culture get to disgusting conditions and a lot died off before I decided to rehouse them. So my bad as well. I just got lazy and didn't want to deal with the tiny boys. Hashtag neglect. You know, I've had it go both ways. So that's another thing. I'm going to go throw this out and grab a guarana drink real quick. So yeah, that's another thing. There's two sides of this bell curve for thinking for keeping stuff. Two ends of it. On the one end, you get people who set something up and it does extremely well, and they see it doing really well in an enclosure, and then all of a sudden it starts to die off, or the colony starts to fail, etc. And then they go, well, they were doing great for forever, and then one day they just sort of started dying off, and I think they got too inbred or something like that. Whatever. They come up with something. So they don't realize that they may have used up some resource or altered things in the container over time just by enumerating or what have you that changed it to be different from how it was when they first set it up. And then in addition, they may try to save them and realize that they've gone past the point of no return, which is what I'm constantly worried about with a container like those Miramars, where there's a point of no return where the colony just collapses. And sometimes experience helps, because then you can see, oh, well, I pulled them back from the brink before, I can do it again. I just have to do X, Y, and Z things. So sometimes it's like that. And then the other end of it with people like TJ and I is, oh, yeah, I just didn't have time and they got gross and disgusting. That's exactly why it happened. Two sides of it. I think I was really pushing to see what the limits of the species were subconsciously. I think that's kind of why I delayed it. And I do kind of regret that, but now I know what they're capable of dealing with, which is valuable knowledge in itself. As long as they rebound, as long as we still have the species going, you know, it's not valuable knowledge. So, but anyways, yeah, the ones that are still alive are definitely survivors. Holy crap. From what they went through. Third Coast Ball Python says, thanks for the info. I have to go. I'll be back in an hour or two. Hyper Beam says, reminds me I got to replace the substrate on half of my isopod cultures ASAP. Live and learn. It's an endless cycle. Alan says, good thing is they were pretty common at the spot I caught them at. They were common when you went there, but maybe not when somebody tries to go back and collect them. But at least we know where they came from. But I'm not ready to panic yet. I'm not ready to panic. My Red de Bleda Rustica, I'm thinking about panicking pretty soon about. I have a bunch of adults. I haven't seen a burst of babies, but I might have to do something there. I was very slow at getting polycarbs off of stuff, and I still left them on some species, and I'm kind of wishing I hadn't done that. But the truth is, most of my bugs at this point could use an overall enclosure overhaul. And the ones that I've done that to in the last 6 months have really been doing well. I moved a bunch of peppered roaches to a new enclosure because I was getting some serratia in the old one, and we were on this huge upswing for the last maybe year and a half, where I've had so many peppered roaches after years of not really having them, because I put the effort in a couple of years ago I had them in a viv in my living room, and I was taking daily care of them and fresh everything, and they did really well, and they had healthy babies, etc. Then I moved them into a more traditional colony setup, and then they kept going, they kept the momentum. Then they started to slow down in that original colony, And right before that happened, I grabbed maybe a dozen nymphs and moved them to a new, fresh enclosure. And now those are like, I preserve that momentum. This weird pseudoscientific as applies to roach culture's idea of preserving momentum in a colony. You got to really think when you've got a colony that's doing well, especially if you haven't had it for a long time, that you should think about splitting it to a new enclosure so that you can keep it going as well as they were. A person says, completely unrelated, but always make absolutely certain anything near Armadillidium parachi is completely sterilized. Most insanely persistent ice spot I have interacted with. Anyways, I really hope the move doesn't do anything. And I've wrestled with and have had to accept that now is a time that I really need to see what I value out of all the bugs that I have. And that sounds very reductive, but it could be a couple hundred species or cultures that I need to really say, yes, I really do care about these and I need to put a lot of effort into keeping them going. So I've accepted there are going to be some casualties with this whole process, but I have to keep the big picture in mind that once I move, things will be very different, and especially once there's an employee again, things will be even more very different. So I've had to force acceptance on myself that there's going to be casualties, and that's just the way it's going to be. Things I cannot, that I will not lose, are my Pseudoglomerus magnifica Cook Fuongs. Too important to me, too financially important, too cool roach important. Other things I will not lose. Fortioica. Not many people doing well with them, so I have to make sure I safeguard those. All the hissers. My Oblongonota, I've been trying to pull back from the brink of despair for 2 years now, since whenever Will was last working here reliably, to not many good results. And I'm hoping I'm not past the critical point where, okay, I took too subpar care of them or set them up too incorrectly for too long, and now they're past the point where they can be redeemed. And even though that the adults all look healthy and the enclosure seems perfect, they're just never going to reproduce or do anything. So that's stuff like that. Tiger hissers aren't doing the best, honestly, either. I really need to put. I just did a enclosure reset of them maybe 6 to 10 months ago. I think they want me to mist them more. I think that was the key. So, but the Oblongonota I've been doing pretty well with. I've been keeping their food perfectly topped off, a diversity. The enclosures all really curated well to them. They're using the space as in a way that healthy colonies use the space that's offered to them, but I'm just not seeing anything out of them. And it's very discouraging. And if I lose those, I don't know where I'm going to get another batch of pure stock from, because that's like, out of all the roaches, Oblongonota's probably, out of all the hissers, Oblongonota's 100% the most compromised. So I'm really working on pulling them back. I remember when I had hundreds of them. It's not inbreeding. It's just the cumulative effects of years of just subpar care / enclosures, which started with overselling. So I should not have done that. I should have really kept the big generation, which is why I'm being so tight-fisted with them at the moment. The tiger hissers should be fine, though, in the long run, but we'll see how they're doing. So I wonder how my black and whites are doing while I'm thinking of it. I'm down to just 3 females, but they're all plump. So that should mean something. But optimization is important, everybody. Optimization and consistency are very important. That's all I have to say on that. But it would be a shame to lose any of those. Fortunately, now some other stuff is secure. These Andromana cross hissers are good. It is 11:30. Hello, Tennyson. All right, everybody. Send me your spirit energy power. We're gonna try and get in contact with Aquion to try and order some bulk tanks delivered. Let's see how this goes. All right. Also, everybody, my neighbor is having the work is being done right now, so I will probably have to skedaddle around 12:30ish or something. I really wish I could just get out and spray immediately after they finish, but there's going to be a bit of a lag, which is unfortunate. I'll just have to use something stronger. Somebody posted some pretty looking Moroccan isopods. That's pretty neat. I really need to give some of my isopod cultures more love and space, and it's a full stop for the future. But again, let's focus on what's important right now. We need to contact Aquion. Spirit energy power sent. That reminds me of having death spiral with my Panchlorus species Guadalupe. That's unfortunate, Alan. I can say mine are doing very well with high humidity and keeping the wood in the substrate topped off. I just really keep adding any sort of fresh woody material, whether it's the raw sawdust pellets or it's rotten wood. I just keep topping that off for them, and they're doing really well with that. A person says they should give you infinite tanks for free. Tess Energy sent. Thanks, Tennyson. By the way, Tennyson, has an ID come out for Porcellio species Valencia? Hyperbeam says, any peculiar about species Guadalupe? Mine haven't matured yet, but I really want them to thrive. They seem to want high humidity and good wood component to their substrate is what I've seen with them. And I don't have a colony of trillions, but I'm not worried about losing that with them. I think I failed with them twice before I got this traction going, and now they're doing really well. So I know I had a whole live stream about this before. I'm just going to say it before we call Aquion, partially to procrastinate, but failure, especially in the wake of success with bugs, is the most important thing that can happen. To fail and to know why you failed is far more valuable than knowing how or why to succeed with bugs and maybe just with life in general. As long as you can get to the stock again, even catastrophic failure is not a bad thing. Just know what you did wrong and avoid it, and you will find more success than if you strive just for success. Talked to Nathan that species last year. I agree it's possible they're Silvestri, although I think they're a closely related species. I doubt Valencia are Silvestrii. They are so different in terms of their preferences from Silvestrii. I think it's a Hoffman's Eggii situation with species Sevilla and Almeria Mountains. I think they're very similar species morphologically, but they're genetically isolated. I kept male Hoffman's Eggii with species Sevilla for 8 months, and the females kept developing full marsupia, and then they disappear, and then marsupia, and then it disappear, meaning that they were incompatible with the Hoffman's Eggii from a genetic level. They can't reproduce together, which is an extremely strong argument for them being separate species. So they're similar species. I didn't try the other way around. I didn't try male Sevillas with Hoffman's Eggii proper, but I wouldn't doubt, again, some of these things are just color morphs and regional variants of each other, and then there's some hard-coded different species that look very similar, maybe because they have similar selective pressures in their environment, or they're very recently split geologically. So Dissection, I need to confirm anything, though. They're one of the first pieces I'll be trying when I get a proper dissection set up. Tess says, time to make dinner for my family now. See you later. Dinner at what time is it where you live? It's 11:34 a.m. here. Hyper-beam aspect, heating for species Guadalupe. They're fine at my current bug room temperature, which is mid to high 70s. They probably would like a little more heat, though, probably. Okay. Oh, I think Tess said they were in Sweden. My apologies, I missed that. Have a lovely dinner with your family. And thank you for joining. All right, everybody, here we go. I have the number. I'm going to check the FAQs. I'm pretty sure there's nothing useful for me there, but let's see. How many fish can I put in my aquarium? Can I put my aquarium on an end table or dresser? How can I control algae in my aquarium? Do fish sleep? I noticed condensation inside the glass tube of my heater. Does that mean it is defective or broken? Actually, I'm going to read that. That might have some implications for me. No, simply seeing condensation inside your aqueon glass adjustable heater does not that it is broken or defective. Does not mean that it is broken or defective. Well, I from that alone tells me kind of what I might be able to expect from calling, but okay. Give my stretching. Hoping something can be done. Okay, here we go, guys. We must trailblaze into the future with this call to Aqueon regarding tanks and whatnot. Me. I don't know why I'm being so dramatic about this. The worst I can be told is, no, screw off. Okay. Let's give him a call. Get ready to see hyper-professional Kyle, too. You're going to see customer support Kyle pretty soon.
Hello, and thank you for calling Central Aquatics, proud manufacturer of the leading aquatic and reptile brands, Aqueon, Coralite, and Zilla. For more information about our brands, please go to our website at www.central-aquatics.com. Our regular business hours are from 8 a.m. until 4:30 p.m. Central Time, Monday through Friday. To reach an employee by their 7-digit extension or by their name, please press the pound sign. To reach our technical support department, press 1. To reach our warranty department, press 2. To reach order to cash, press 3. If you need further assistance, please press 0 now as you will be transferred to the operator.
What does order to cash mean?
Hello, and thank you for calling Central Aquatics.
Anybody know what order to cash means?
The leading aquatic and reptile brands, Aqueon, Coralite, and Zilla. For more information about our brands, please go to our website at www.central-aquatics.com. Our regular business hours are from 8 a.m. until 4:30 p.m. Central Time, Monday through Friday.
Oh,
to reach an
that's what I
employee
need.
by their 7-digit extension or by their name, please press the pound sign. To reach our technical support department, press 1. To reach our warranty department, press 2.
I suppose order to
reach
cash
order
is
to
what I
cash,
need.
press 3. If you need Central Garden and Pet, we strive to give you the best service possible. Your call is being transferred and may be monitored or recorded for training or quality assurance purposes. Hi, this is Sue. Can I help you?
Hello, my name is Kyle Candillion, and I run an insect rearing company called Roach Crossing. I was seeing I'm opening up a brick and mortar building soon for mass insect production, and I was wondering if it's possible for me to order some Aqueon tanks for this purpose. I would probably need somewhere between 100 and 200 each of 5.5-gallon tanks and 10-gallon tanks.
Okay, yes, you can, but
not directly to us. I'd have to give you a distributor. Can you tell me where you're located?
Yes, the business will be out of Holly, Michigan.
Michigan? Okay. For Michigan, it would be General Pet Supply.
All right, let me write that
And
down.
their number. Yep.
All right, ready.
Okay. General Pet Supply is 800-233-4738.
All right, 800-233-4738.
That is correct.
All right, thank you so much.
Yep. You're welcome. Okay.
Goodbye. Yes, yes, I just got a number, but I don't know. That's better. That this is more traction than I've gotten with the automatic customer submissions thing. So, I mean, do we take this further? Do I sit here with this number and call them at a later date, or what do we do? Elsie says, "Hey everyone, hope your stream is going well. Can't stay too long, but I hope everyone has fun. See you at auction time. Call." Call now. Everybody's telling me to call now. Here's the thing is, if I call now, I don't have anywhere to put 100, at the low end, 200 glass tanks right now. So do I call and see if they can do something for me? Although this woman did sound like it was very, just based on my description alone, that this is going to be viable. You know, I'm sure she's had people saying, "Well, we don't sell the individuals" or something like that. So do I call now and just say, "Hey, I'm opening this. What's the process like? What's the turnaround time, etc.?" Sounds like you don't have an issue from what she said. So yeah, is this really a big thing for me to press right now? I don't know. I am excited. So you could think it through first. Simultaneously, William Udesky says, "Get a quote." That's a good idea. Quote is a very good idea. Simultaneously, if I was able to get part of this order, or was able to start this order and just find somewhere to put these damn tanks. There's nowhere on the property for putting this, although the basement is clear. I need to ask Angela if they could be stored in the basement temporarily there. I really, really, really do need put them in my house. I really, really, really do need to get the water ports cut. I can experiment on some aqueous glass from just one of the tanks that I can just buy at like Petco or whatever. I can experiment on it and see how easy and feasible it is. Or you can just have them delivered at X month, X day. They do that. That's the problem is I don't have an X month, X day for this stuff. Again, the building is there's no foundation or anything yet. We cannot even the building. There's 2 factors in the building going up. 3 factors actually. 2 of them are kind of married with each other, so I'll just kind of. There are some legal things we are wrapping up that we need to get done before a building can go up. So if probate stuff continues as it is, etc., we cannot do anything until that process is settled, is the bottom line. We need to wrap that up before we can do the building. So that's not wrapped up. Therefore, even if the builders are ready to start tomorrow and all the land clearing was already done, we can't do anything. We have to sit on our hands with that. We can do land clearing though. We can't do building until after the probate process stuff is done. The other factor is the land clearing. We can't do that, and it's just not feasible to have the site where it is not cleared, have the company go in, cut out the 3 or 4 trees that are blocking the way to the building being built, and then having another company come in, and then they have to go around the building and they have to do all this stuff. We have to have the land clearing done before anything else can happen. And these are all things that are still, as of yet, out of my power. Because, again, they came out, they did another check, and within a month, etc. But I'm waiting for this machine to be brought there, and that's that. So, they could do cold weather concrete stuff and have it could be the foundation could be in the ground in November and the building done by December, or the can could keep getting kicked on the land clearing and I may not have a building until spring. I don't know. Fortunately, with the house sale situation, there's no urgency to move all the bugs out of this house. That is no longer an issue. We do not have to, short of paying 2 mortgages, we don't have to worry about, okay, we got to get everything out of here and clean up the house. That is a non-issue. Does not have to be worried about anymore. I'm very thankful for that. So, but I can't give them a date, but if I can get the go-ahead from Angela to store stuff in the basement of the house and work on stuff there, if I can do that, I can start getting enclosures ready, just physically ready, and then take chunks of colonies that are in glass tanks here, in non-properly outfitted tanks, take chunks of them and move them there as soon as the building is ready. The building is ready. The shelves can all go up. Cultures can be ready with proper labels on them, and I can just take chunks of colonies here, move them there. I don't even have to take everything. I can put up for auction boxes full of the remaining bugs, substrate, etc. And the tanks, put them on Craigslist. The old tanks, put them on Craigslist, take them to the expo, whatever. I can do that, and that would be even better because then I don't have to transport more glass than I need to. So it may take a while to have it shipped if they aren't in stock. That's true, Bahijager. Keep them outside. I don't want to do that because the rims are not, that plastic is not UV proof, tolerable, etc. And if they're kept outside, they're going to accumulate material from rain and dust and all that stuff on the outside of the glass. I need them basically factory fresh so I can drill through them to make the watering ports and then adhere screen to it. I need to find somebody who can build the lid specs that I want too, because I don't have the time to do that, but I can get the materials for them. And I want new lids for everything as well, so I don't have to do underlays necessarily. And even if I do underlays, not a problem. We're going to look, everybody was talking about galvanized steel or steel micro screen. Stainless steel woven wire mesh, 15.7 inches by 142. This is cheaper than brass micro screen. Is this micro screen? Somehow I doubt this is micro screen. This is micro screen. Stainless steel woven wire mesh, foot by 40 inches, filter screen filter screen sheet filtration. That's a tongue twister. Okay. This is not micro screen either. What is the difference in these mesh sizes? There's 120 mesh, there's 80 mesh. What's the difference? Anybody know? I wonder if they would send you a sample of different tank sizes, say you need to test what works best. I don't need to test what works best. 5.5s and 10 gallons fit perfectly on my rack systems with perfect space. I can use a shelf for 5.5s, or for 4.10s, and I know it religiously. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to fret about anything. So construction will probably go into next year no matter what, says William Yadeski. That's very possible, but I'm also very confident in this construction company, and they are foaming at the mouth to work on this job because we actually have several other things we need them to do on the property. So it's very comprehensive and a lot of work, and I'm sure that they could get it done this year if we gave them the go-ahead in October. Like if we said start on October 1st, I'm sure they could get it done this year. But again, we're at the mercy of so many other factors. So LC says, are these enclosures for new bugs or you bugs you already have, or both? Both. I just it will be easier to move chunks to the new facility if enclosures are ready and waiting there. That is a fact. And all set up, they can all be put on their shelvings and all that stuff. But it would be nice to have a couple of enclosures ready for new things too, which I'm going to try and curb my enthusiasm for getting new stuff short of roaches. Curb my enthusiasm for new stuff until we're settled into the new building. Also have to see how finances are, which is part of why we're doing the fundraiser right now, and also the auction tonight. Is the more money helps. Jojo says, have the tops laser cut. I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm curious. So let's take a look at the lid. This is the current standard for a 5.5, and it's similar for my 10s. We have a Zilla or whatever brand lid that has been fitted with a gasket. Ignore this; it's an old. Where is it? It's an old lid that I'm gonna point fingers. This is one that Will made. That's why it has this gap here. But it's used for a Hemiblabra species in a room where there's no other Hemiblabra, so I'm okay with it. Anyways, with a gasket, with the corners sealed up with high quality electrical tape, etc. And then, of course, the standard bug breakout thing. But we're more concerned about this metal rim here, the weight, the integrity of it is exactly what I need for lids, is what I found. If somebody, this could be somebody out in the audience right there, right now, one of you enterprising folks, if one of you can design a lid for a 5.5 or a 10-gallon tank with these dimensions, 5.5 or 10-gallon Aqueon tanks, with a window seal gasket. I like this material. It's cheap. It works very well, etc. And then, of course, the electrical tape for the corners also works very well. If one of you can design this lid, and instead of this new age UVA, UVB BS that they do for reptiles with these larger holes here, if you can make this with a stainless steel micro screen, and I need to see which one of those gauges is less than a millimeter would be optimal. And you can produce those for me and get them to me for a comparable cost as what it costs to make one of these, plus whatever you want on top. I would be happy to buy hundreds of these from you if you're able to manufacture something like this. Basically, exactly what you see here, but instead of this wider screen, using micron, whatever, less than a millimeter screening. Can I get the number for that company you just called? I'm opening reptile rescue and need tanks. It's just Aqueon. Just Aqueon. But they do Zilla tanks too. And from what we just found out, the company can't help you, but they can put you in contact with a distributor who can for your region. So George says, I have a better idea for this. I will get you some stuff after the dust settles to look at, but my concept's going to be different and require you siliconing into 5-gallon or 10-gallon. So I don't know what you mean by that, Jojo. I'm interested, but I need to be able to get these panels off to do more in-depth husbandry, collect orders, etc. I must be able to completely remove the lid. And another thing I like about this window gasket material is that over time it compacts and it does form a seal with the plastic on the Aqueon tanks, and I love that because it traps stuff in. What I don't love, again, is these holes here, and I do need pretty much close to exactly this much open coverage here. Like I can't just screen off half of it. It needs to be full top ventilation, and that's where the polycarbs come in. The polycarbs, these are custom cut to, wow, it's like an infinity mirror right there. That's pretty trippy. Anybody want to get a screen cap of that? That would make for a good meme. Staring into the void of Roach Crossing. We like that. Anyways, these polycarbs then allow me to play around with the humidity depending on conditions in the room and also the airflow. And this is also very important to the process because most of my colony collapses and declines that are not due to neglect or what have you are due to environmental changes in the room that are way too complicated by the month for me to control otherwise. Again, wintertime, it gets drafty, it gets dry. A lot of things need a polycarb to keep that humidity in and to block the flow of air, and stuff loves it. Summertime comes around again. Suddenly, this is blocking too much moisture, too much, etc. in. Conditions oscillate to be poor for whatever is in the enclosure, and the colony declines. This is very important to my operation, having the option to put these polycarbs on or not. And I have different sizes of polycarbs too that I use now. Inside door, my concept would just combine these two things into one. You need to see it to believe it, and 100% open or 75%. POV, you're watching Roach wiggle in 2020-90. I like that. Inside door, I guess you'd have to show me a schematic or something like that. But Jojo, I have entertained having some sort of chute to be able to open from the side and put food in, because sometimes when colonies are started, they're fine for years without doing intensive maintenance, etc., as long as you can add fresh food. And it would save a lot of time and strife from me to be able to pull something open on the side and be able to drop food in and then close it up again. But every exit point to an enclosure is risk. And with the scale of the collection now and with where it's going to be, and with the number of things that are very similar and some of the accreditations that I'm looking towards getting, the risk must be as close to zero demonstrably as possible. And so this is not something that I have the brain power to fathom right now. I'm not willing to look to things like the ant hobby for solutions just yet, because one, they don't deal with things on the scale, although I do admit ants are escape wizards. But it's a different ball game having roaches and having ants. The scale of operations is very different. I am building some this weekend for myself. You will see I'm working on it and have all the tools. Don't worry, says Jojo. If you were to perhaps devise something that was made out of heat-proof, fracture-proof, UV-resistant, blah, 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 that amounted to a side pullable chute that had silicone gasket seals or something or other, that would be in the department of stuff I'd be looking for, and that would be something I could test putting into a new enclosure. Now, the other thing is, standardization is very important to the operation in the future, too. And I need to have, just like I do with my my roach containers, every 5.5 and every 10 needs to have a watering port, etc., at the same height. And there's an optimized height that I'm going to have to figure out for these sort of things that lets the port sit below the barrier so that it can't be used as a stepping stool to get above the barrier, and it doesn't get soiled as much as the barrier does. So that's another thing. I think these are 2.5 inches on most of these. It's 2.5 inches from the top. I think it's 2 inches on the larger models, perhaps. I'd have to double check. And then for isopods, it's like 3/4 of an inch from the top for the ports. So and look at my Neoblatella detersa really quick. You guys are fun, probably. Yeah. Right. You got food. Yeah, Neoblatella detersa, I salvaged and set up before the Miramars, and that colony is doing just fine. So just as a point of evidence for what could have been if I had taken action on the Miramars before I did. So anyways, and then of course with this current system, because these holes are too large for a lot of roaches, like baby Uricotis and stuff like that, that I still keep in these bins, they have an underlay of vinyl craft fabric stuff, which is the last line of protection against things escaping, and it works very well. And the problem is, though, when you get stuff that's even smaller than that getting through it, that's when you have a bit of an issue. But fortunately, I keep most of the tiny stuff in these other enclosures. It's just been more of a problem with Compsodies and Nocticola coming from 2 people in this chat that's sneaking with some of the bugs that they've sent me, but they send me very good bugs, so I can't be that mad. So, maybe I will give that distributor a call and see what can be done. Because if they say yes, and I don't have anything to worry about, if they say they can accommodate me and I just need to call again in the future, that's great. If I call them, they say, get out of here, then that means I must pursue alternatives, which is also good information. So I'm going to put the lid back on this Hemiblabra granulata. Hey, how about we check out the granulata? We got a container right here. Let's just say hi. There's a deceased old male. We'll say bye to him. Sorry, buddy. But we have here we have potential spam. Just ignore that. They can accommodate you. The problem is the price isn't really much better. I have gone down this road. These 5-gallon, 10-gallon tanks are a low profit item already at stores, which is fine. Let me just show off this Hemiblabra granulata adult female. I love Hemiblabra. I hope to go to the island and collect Brunneri one day, and I hope we get lots of Aspiducus and Hemiblabra in culture over time. Just, one could argue Hemiblabra is the perfect pet roach genus. Good size, personable, got some variation in the species, room temperature propagation, absolute minimum, you can feed them just wood. Well, good utility as a feeder, Florida legal for the most part. Just lovely little guys is what Hemiblabra are, and they hopefully as we get more species, it won't be a Bursatria situation where they kind of go more and more by the wayside over time, and the opposite of people becoming more and more fond of them is true, because I like these guys a lot. Hyperbeam says, already have some pods from the island getting ready to ship. I received some millipedes from the island about maybe a month or 2 ago. And they might just be Anodinobolus manilicornis, but they're still immature, and they might be that other larger, similar entity that might just be a variation of manilicornis. But hey, I'm happy that I was able to get a box from the island to Livonia, Michigan in less than 24 hours, which is amazing. Technology is amazing. So, So yeah, we got a. Oh, there's a beautiful stick bug from the island that's looks like moss, and I have a contact there who's gonna try and source it, and she's got more contacts and all this stuff. They were packaged on just paper towel, but to be honest, they were a little moist. I told the person who shipped them that they were a touch moist, and mostly the fact that the shipping weather was great, and they were in transit for such a short time was why they did so well. But yes, they were just on paper towel. It's very, I feel that's very important for stuff in these situations. But unfortunately, they weren't one of the, or don't seem to be one of the really cool Anodinobolus arboreus. I could be wrong. They could mature into something absolutely beautiful, but we'll see. What was I going to say? Jojo commenting on the accommodating by the local supplier. The thing is, they already do it used to be $1 per gallon. Now it's like 50% off for 10 gallons and larger or whatever. I don't care if I'm not getting tanks for $1 each or something. Even if they can get them to me for that sale price, or even if it's a little more than that even. The fact that I could have them delivered and they'd be brand new, and I could even say something like, because they seem to do this for the 50% off ones. They seem to put out the units that have minor imperfections, like somebody put too much silicone on them, or like there's a scuff on the glass. I've noticed they seem to do this for those when they have these larger sales. I can tell them, hey, I can take units that are less than perfect as long as they're functional, and I'm willing to pay that price for them too. It's my Italian blood boiling over, saving dollars, says Jojo. Bug infrastructure is the most expensive thing. Never mind. It's not the most expensive thing. That's the bugs themselves in a lot of cases. It's the most intensive part of keeping the bugs is the infrastructure. And I'm happy to invest in that if it means I can set up a colony and not have to gut it for half a decade for any reason. I was ready to start telling you about your stop, says Jojo. Let's get a vote. Who wants me to call that distributor? Should I call the distributor now? Yes or no? I think it's going to be yes, but let's get some engagement. Let's see. This live stream is very helpful. It's forcing me to sit down and take inventory of some stuff and do some practical work for the building that I have not yet done or keep putting off doing. Yes, to get a quote and lead time, everybody's screaming. There's only one island referred to as the island to the extent of my knowledge. It's overwhelming, yeah, so I guess I'm going to have to do it. But again, I'm looking at the Amazon because that's probably where I'm going to get the steel micro screen from. What was this thing with the differences in the microns and the mesh sizes? Somebody, let's see what it says. 304 stainless steel. This is also 304 stainless steel. Hole size 0.125 diameters. 0.12 diameters. Millimeters, which is great. How about this one, the 200 mesh? 0.075. That's a bit small. Let's see what the other one is, the 80 mesh. Because at some point you start to compromise your ventilation, and I can't. That's the sweet spot to find. 0.18 millimeters. That's real tiny. That should work for everything that I need to use it for. versus the 120 mesh, which is 0.125. Also, the smaller mesh is a bit cheaper. Not sure why. So I might go with this 80 mesh, 12 inch by 40 inch. And I think I'll probably still use, let's see if they have stainless steel circle. Stainless steel mesh circle. Stainless steel pipe filters. Stainless steel micro screen filter circle. All right, we're getting somewhere. Ooh, they have conical designs. I like that. I love this stuff. Let's see what's the size on this. 0.79 inch diameter for smoking bowls. What's the screen size though? 304 stainless steel. I'm seeing a pattern here. But what's the screen size? Faucet screen. I'm getting excited. Welcome to the Calentone. I don't know what that means. Please tell me. I beweave 35U can keep out grain mites. Did you call yet? I called Aquion. They gave me a local supplier, Courtney, or a local distributor. So that's the next step. 35 micron has caused some vent issues for me. They sell pre-cut 3/4 inch stainless steel pipe screens in large counts, and they are a godsend to me. Probably too small for this. I need them for the watering ports, though. Again, I've been using brass, and brass tarnishes, but it doesn't rust, which is the nice thing there. And even with all the spraying I'm doing, it's taking decades for any signs of wear and tear to happen to the brass that I use. So I'm happy with that. This stainless steel, I assume, does not rust. Gosh, are these stainless steel filters? 30 mesh filtration precision is 300 micrometers. I do really like these conical screens. But the problem with that is it's harder to detect if you penetrated them accidentally. Like, it's easy to put the sprayer up to, but it's much more difficult to tell if you've if you've accidentally perforated it because it's already pressed in. It's a lot easier to tell with a flat screen. And then for the bins themselves, I use the polycarbs and I put them on the plastic inside, and that's to prevent them from falling off when you go to move the containers. But it's also, I can't move them quite as easily. There's a billion things here to think about. Some of it is me splitting hairs, but some of it is very practical. For example, if you just put the polycarb on top, you don't get as good of a seal of the moisture and airflow prevention, but you could just use a larger polycarb, but you go to move the container and the polycarb will fall out of position, etc., which is not ideal. But if you had something to temporarily adhere it, like masking tape or what have you, then you don't have to worry about it falling off. But that's another surface that can accumulate dirt or dust or contagions, etc. on. Doesn't look as good either. The aesthetic is important too. Joe just says, oh yeah, these are my watering port screens. 80 has worked for me, says Behajajar. It is noticeably stiffer than comparable brass, but is easy enough to cut. I'm not worried about the stiffness for the lid stuff. I'm worried I need it to be just small enough for these ports, and I'm debating again flat versus the conical. The conical has a lot of potential. I like that because you can make sure that the head of the waterer is getting into the enclosure. And sometimes the flat ones, if I don't apply them well, if I mess up the glue gunning process or whatever, some of the glue will constrict the size of the watering port. And then you go to water and it sprays all over the place, or it doesn't actually get into the enclosure, which is bad. But again, how would you secure these conical ones with a conical design? And the other thing is I'd secure it from the inside. I secure all my ports from the inside because, and this is something I'd have to work out with a conical designed watering port. If you put this screening on the outside and then you have this exposed whole thing on the inside, dirt and dead things and all kinds of stuff accumulate in here. Roaches will tuck themselves up and into here and use it to, they'll slowly compromise the integrity of this, versus if you put this on the inside, it's smooth, it doesn't accumulate any of the dirt and the grime, it's easier to clean, etc. So yeah, I wonder if it'd be worth, is there anybody I know that cuts glass? Can I have somebody come out and be like, hey, I need all these cut perfectly? Put an ad up on Craigslist or somebody with experience cutting glass. If I can outsource this and just do an auction to be able to pay them for their work, while it is a good idea for me to have that skill, Kim is very experienced as a carpenter, cutting all kinds of things. Again, he's in his, I think, early 70s, so he's seen a lot of stuff and worked on a lot of stuff. He has told me glass is one of the most difficult things to deal with this stuff, and he never quite got an understanding of how to work with glass. So that makes me feel not so confident that I would want to outsource it to somebody who's specialized in it, so that I wouldn't end up ruining a bunch of tanks. I make these little 3D printed ports to hold the screen and use O-rings. Oh, like a gasket? Or like a gasket, or like a what are those called on hoses? I think just called gaskets. Maybe they are just called O-rings. Can't remember. Brain hurts. Hyperbeam says, someone asked what island, and so I felt like representing my island. It's from a song, El Apagón. I don't know how to pronounce that. Well, that's nice. Jojo says, I have other solutions for all these problems already. You will get soon. Order a small quantity of your favorite 3 or 4 and try them out, says Behijager. Jojo says, I cannot cut glass, but I have precious cutting acrylic up to 1 inch thick, so thick. Cast acrylic is a godsend. I really want to learn to cut grass. Urban design is vital when it comes to that one day. Good pronunciation, though. Oh, thank you. So I am also married to the aesthetic of 10-gallon tanks for the main room. Putting things into 10-gallon tanks really anchored me back into keeping bugs. And for the world's largest cockroach collection, it is an aesthetic that I would really like to get out there, because though it has only happened once when I was living with my parents, I have a feeling that the longer I keep doing this, the more species I have, and the further the reputation for roach crossing spreads, including the fact that there's a giant building dedicated mostly to raising roaches. There will one day come a knocking film crews or somebody looking to get some footage, tour, do an episode of something, what have you, of roach crossing. And I would really like the aesthetic of 10-gallon tanks everywhere, which piggybacks on the aesthetic of the aquarium hobby, to be front and center for that. Again, I've used plastic for a very long time, and 10-gallon tanks to 5.5 gallons, the Aqueons just continue to show their strong suits with different things, especially in the form of this polycarb method and the convenience of fitting a solid lid to a solid frame. And I don't have the time or the brain power to source out another way to do things. Acrylic is nice, but it scratches. Even though glass does tarnish, and they're not tarnished, it does get beat up, and stuff sticks to it and you can't get it off sometimes, etc. My upright 10-gallon tank conversion kits for pest roaches are escape-proof 100%. They get better every design. And another thing is the iterations of stuff is important. But that's why I've really settled on the water ports for the tanks, which will allow me to create even more secure lids with better materials and to work the polycarb angle further. But I got to figure out where's my hill to die on with feeding, because it would be nice to be able to just pop something, unless if I were to simply do a bigger hole next to the watering port for feeding, doesn't look quite as good from the front, but I would only need it to be as big to get basically fit apple halves through. Or fruit jelly cups through. I would need a material that would come in pieces, probably 2 by 2 by 1 or 3 by 3 by 2 in size. It would have to be distasteful to bugs, so they wouldn't be inclined to chew on it when they get hungry. It would need to be soft and flexible enough that I can pry it out or squish it and remove it to put food in, and then do the same and put it back in. But see, here's the problem now that I think about all this stuff is, on a tank, a feeding port would have to be located below the barrier just for efficiency of the barrier's sake, and so that the food tumbles directly to the substrate or on the feeding spot or what have you. If you have a climbing species and you open the port outwards, there's a good chance that you're going to be letting out some of those climbing species if the enclosure is at a very high density, or the roaches have learned that this sound means feeding time, which roaches, at least Eublabrus and Paraplaneta, we have direct evidence that they are capable of basic association. They know, I felt this vibration, or this vibration. Food is coming. That is, we have proven that they have the wiring for that bare minimum. So they will learn that the sound of this thing popping or being clicked or whatever sound it makes will mean it's chow time. I don't know if they've studied whether they have spatial awareness that I heard this sound, I know food is coming, and I know it's coming over in this area that smells like this, that feels like this, that tastes like this, whatever. I don't think they've found that they have a way of remembering locations beyond smelling. Oh, there's pheromone over here that says this is where food is, so that's where the food comes from. I don't think they found that they can learn that separate from the social knowledge that is imparted via pheromones and whatnot, that certain areas are safe or comfortable, etc. But they might be able to remember that's where food comes from, which means you make the sound, you go to open the thing, and suddenly all these hungry roaches that can climb are coming pouring towards the food port. You could open it outwards, but then when you go to close it, you could squish things. You could open it inwards, or you could open it outwards. If you had something that you shoved into the hole to keep it closed or something like that, yeah, you could shake it or whatever, but it's just, the more chances for accidental releases, the worse that a setup would be to me. Third Coast Ball Pythons, where do I find these conversion kits? Says Jojo says, feeding port is going to be a design nightmare and take a lot of versions. Again, I feel a basic hole has the best promise. A hole plugged with a silicone screw in or something like that could be very good. That's more stuff I have to think about and design, which is not good. John Doe says, my lobsters come out to check every time the lid opens for sure. Yes, we 100% for sure know they can associate certain stimuli with another stimuli. It was the basic Pavlovian associative learning. They 100% can do that, and that's actually a pretty high bar for insects. Many insects do not have that learning capability. Another credit, the roaches are very smart, but they can learn that, and everybody observes this phenomenon, like you said there. Jojo says, I will post pictures this weekend in the Discord group, not selling anything yet, just playing with insane new tools. That's good. Nature will find a way to your food port. I know. That's the thing is, if it's plugged up with a material, like a spongy material, but not quite a sponge, that can be removed and replaced, etc., that's nice because when it starts to soil or degrade, I can swap it out for a new one for low cost, etc., very quickly. A screw-in port might be good. Like, think like a bottle cap on the side of the enclosure. You screw it down tight, and then when you go to feed, you unscrew it, and you could just pop stuff in, and that keeps stuff from getting in the treads, etc. You could still have a wave of roaches, but you got a bit more control, and it's a bit easier if roaches start pouring out, that you can just screw it back on, and you're not going to have a massacre or something like that. Circus says, what if sliding door? I've worked with sliding doors before. I'm not a big fan of them because the treads. Anytime there's an opportunity for something to get stuck or not work properly, what I'm thinking of with this material to plug a hole would basically be, think of a stress ball, something similar to a stress ball, with more give to it. So you could squish it into shape, shove it into the hole, and then it sort of expands to fill the hole. And then when you need to remove it to feed, you just squish it back down and pull it out. The other problem there is that some roaches are very powerful. And theoretically, if somehow the substrate was high enough or the decor was touching it, they could probably burrow into that material or wedge themselves in and basically find a way to get out or get at least stuck in the gap between the material and the hole side. But they're always going to be there when they figure out it's the food port. That's the thing, is I don't know if they're able to figure out. That's something I don't think we know. I don't know if they know, hey, it's food time over by that thing over there, and they will all run to it. Or is it strictly pheromonal where it's food time, I smell the feed eating pheromones over in this area, so I'm going to run over there? Or is it just a general response to, I heard the thud, that means food is coming, I just need to get ready to find food, basically. It just gets their nervous system worked up and ready to go to wherever the source of the smell of food is coming from. Silicone plug, what are your climbing barriers? Wrong live stream. That was funny, Hypergame. That hypothetical material sounds like disposable earplugs. Yes, Zen Monkey, that's kind of what I'm thinking about, is basically earplug plugs, but gigantic for feeding holes. And the problem is I should have this figured out sooner than later is the problem. I should have a definitive, okay, I need a half-inch size hole and a 2-inch size hole on all my glass tanks from now on. And I need to have that ready to move into the future with the new place. So, earplug sounds chewable. What about a silicone gaskety thing? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Behizher says, how about the jewelry store double door idea that was discussed earlier for food port? Double door sounds complex. It sounds like there's too many points of attachment. The cost versus the reward may be too high to install, and there's a higher chance of failure or something going wrong. While a double door does sound like a good idea. You could have one door on the outside that you open to put the food in on a slope, and then the other door. It just seems a little too complex. A person says that could be tested with one enclosure with 2 feeding ports on opposite sides. Feed through one port for an entire year, then use the second port one day at random time. How fast they find it. A person, that sounds like a pretty decent experimental design. I think you'd only need to do it for about a month. Keep the roaches warm so that they're always in a state of being a little underfeed, and keep them warm so they're always in a state of a bit of hungriness. And a larger colony too would be a good idea to test that with and see if there's any, maybe even using video footage, see if there's any significance between how many go to one side, etc. I don't think they're smart enough to develop a preference by side, is what I'm inclined to say. I don't think they're smart enough to. If they did, that would be very interesting and would have just cascading implications the more we find out about their intelligence, if that were in fact true. But I don't think they necessarily have that. The thing is, they're very in tune with smells. And so if you open an enclosure and you're coming up with a handful or a container full of food, or even the food is just on the same side of the room as you, and all their antennae start going because the sound alerted them to the presence of food, they would be able to pick it up very quickly and start heading in the direction of the smell before you even realize that they could detect it, is how good I think the general roach sense of smell is with their antennae. So here's the other thing with silicone, is that roaches do eat it. So, but not to be too crass, but basically a silicone plug for a approximately 2-inch hole in the enclosure would save me a lot of time and effort with this expanding size of the collection. So if I could find a somewhat malleable, silicone, oh my God, like a butt plug, but for the front of a roach enclosure, and the the thing with cork is it's porous. It absorbs stuff. I need a non-porous, unappealing to the roaches material. And even though they will eat silicone and they'll chew it, they aren't inclined to unless they're really, really hungry. So silicone is still a good idea. But the fact of the matter is, let's look at the traits we need for the hole, for the feeding hole. We need whatever is used to plug it to be able to be pushed one way in and come to a stop, okay? And we also need to be able to pull it out from the other end easily and without damaging anything. A butt plug is pretty much exactly what I need for this situation without the sexual connotation. Like, I just need a clear silicone plug. It's the perfect shape. It's the little tab on the end would make pulling it out very easy from the ports. The flared base, thank you, a person. Like, it's the ideal way to plug a hole with something you want to pull out of the hole is the thing. It doesn't have to be fancy either. It can just be clear. But if there is a way to manufacture or buy a non-sexual butt plug, were such a thing to exist, like do I contact a sex toy manufacturer and tell them can I get the sex toy minus the sex? Can I do that? Farouche, I'm going to look at a silicone stopper for flower pots before things get too ridiculous. Yeah, like that. But the thing is that the thing with the stopper is it's not. It is a good idea. That is what I need. But the problem is I don't have nails. I chew my nails for one, but for two, I need something that is quick, easy, grabbable, that I can pop it out of the hole, put stuff into the enclosure, and then pop it back in like that, and not have to fiddle with a silicone stopper where you got to grab it by the edges and the flanges and all this stuff. It really does need an extra little something to allow for easier removability. Hyperbeam says when you try to clean something off, but you end up smearing it all over. I'm not sure what that's supposed to refer to. Honestly, I hear silicone-based lube is a good climbing barrier. Just get them from the same store. Corkscrew design like they use for grain would work too if it were tight tolerances. Stephen Logan, I think I could use a little bit more elaboration on that. I think a corkscrew screwing is easier than plugging. But at the same time, the thing, that is, the screwing is easier than plugging. That's very true. So a silicone stopper that you could screw in would be much better. Kyle's just silicone. John Doe says, so makeup dabbers are something, but not quite. Contact the manufacturers. They've already refined their craft. Hot glue a stick to it. There are longer silicone stoppers like conical. I'm going to look that up. Conical silicone stopper. And another thing that I've always been about with my bug keeping is I don't believe that you require any specialty supplies to do stuff. For most bugs, you should not require any specialty supplies. So I need to be able to source everything that I can from a local Meijer, from a local pet store, or from Amazon, because Amazon's a monstrous giant. So we're talking about, what was this? Silicone stopper, conical silicone stopper. Tapered plugs with high temperature resistance. Okay, this is just, come on. Yokai 30 pieces silicone rubber stoppers, tapered plugs with high temperature resistance. Protect hole, great for lab industry. I'm liking these tapered plugs. Again, here's a universal bath stopper. Okay, now this is what I like. Universal bath stopper, something like that. It's got the ridges, but it's not a butt plug. The question is, what size? Can I get it in a 2-inch size? Do they do that? A 2-inch size? Again, this is based on. Let's see if I can do 2-inch stopper. I think 2 inches is a good size. 2-inch, 51 millimeter silicone rubber plug for round holes. There's really no getting around the euphemisms, guys. And again, the other thing, millimeters again. Some reason I can picture it when it's about bugs, but not when I'm reading about it. Okay, we got 2 inches is about a little over 50 millimeters. So probably want to go with the 52 to 59 millimeter ones, maybe. Like an auger inside a tube, conical wine stopper. But they wouldn't make it in 2 inches of the seam. Some of these conical wine stopper were designed by someone going, I need a butt plug for wine. That's the thing. All these things are based off of another design. I'm envisioning someone doing a TV tour of the Roach building and asking about the plugs. Almost certainly. Feeding ports. Hello, Roy. Hi, welcome. We're trying to figure out something that could work for a feeding port that would save me probably months of my life, which is the thing. 3D printed, but I can't print it. Can you print with silicone? Silicone seems to be the leading option because it does have some give to it. It's relatively inert. It's sterilizable. It's cheap. PET G. What is PET G? Is that a material? I found some stoppers that seem to look like they can work. Soft and elastic. I guess what I really should do is get a prototype enclosure ready and then have my watering porthole and then see the silicone, how one of these would interact with it. Because basically, I need to be able to get this plug out and back in within just a couple of seconds. I can't afford to fight with it and break it and blah, blah, blah. Jojo says, I have all this figured out already for you. What is bottle plastic? Bottle plastic. The other thing, again, is leverage on the side of a 10-gallon tank. You know, I got to be able to grab it and pull it, even in my senility. You need a 3D printer. Everybody's saying I print my own vents. Again, maybe after I move, it's not in the cards at the moment necessarily, unless I talk to Angela about keeping it at the Holly place. So basically, here's what I think. I think 2-inch hole, 2-inch diameter hole. Let's see if these gingins fit through that. I'm gonna have a snack, everybody. Damn it! Freaking tab. Half the time these things pop off and half the time they don't. Okay. We've removed the packaging, and the gingin cup is over 2 inches, so it would have to be 2.5 inches if I were to incorporate the gingins in the design, and it's very likely that I should. 2.5 inches is probably want to do a 65 millimeter hole just for safekeeping. Tasty. So that throws a slight wrench in the design aspect here, but beggars can't be choosers. I love all these people. I love everybody giving me a billion hyper effective modern ways to do this. I enjoy that. A lot of acronyms. You could shape a form from clay and make a mold and cast your own silicone. Also very simple. Here's the thing. Everything that I have to do that I can't just buy is time of my life taken off of finding out how to propagate more cool bugs. And my job is propagating cool bugs. I'm going to come clean with everybody right now, too. This has been floating around my head lately. I actually hate selling bugs. It is the biggest, most stressful part of my life by far. Having to stay on. I love people. I love all of you guys. I love the fact that I'm able to do this for a living. But that's the thing is, I hate having to ship things. It's stressful. It's painful. It takes up so much time and energy. And I despise actually having to sell bugs. I love the people who raise bugs. I love the people who find me bugs. I love talking about bug husbandry with people and all of that stuff. But I despise the actual process of having to sell and package and ship, etc. And I realize that more and more as I have more and more orders and I have less and less time to actually take care of bugs. Because then when I actually do get to do basic husbandry, which I should be doing much more often, I have this euphoria of taking care of my precious bugs and seeing how well they're doing and what things I figured out and what things I have failed with. So, everything that I have to do that subtracts from what I want to do, and part of the reason why I'm having the building built and getting an employee, everything that detracts from me. And you know what? I hate the process of shipping and selling bugs, but I love talking with people about bugs. It's not that I dislike telling people, oh, here's what you do, and here's how you set it up, and here's how you take care of that. I do love that, helping people to troubleshoot things. But it's just keeping track of the finances and shipping stuff out on a schedule and having to adjust this and that and boxes and print labels and all this stuff is a nightmare, especially when there's husbandry that needs to be done. It's like I hear all my bugs screaming, Kyle, help us. You haven't given us any fruit jellies in 3 weeks. And then I'm like, oh, no, guys, trust me, it's worth it. I feel bad ordering. Just kidding. No, don't feel bad. When you get an employee, that could be part of their responsibilities. The most balanced the business ever was in 2021, which is when Will and/or Brandon were working here, pretty much full time, at least 4 days a week, most of the time. Business was good. We were on top of all the orders. Everything was nice and clean and organized. I had ample free time to actually relax and enjoy my life in the downtime, which then energized me to return to work and make discoveries and go over the top, doing things like dissecting the reticulotermes from Silver Beach, Michigan, and figuring out what species they were and all this stuff. And work on the website. That's when I think things were most abundant in terms of blog posts and whatnot. All because I had somebody who was here and able to take up a little bit of to take up the extra work that I had to do, but should not have been doing because it wasn't the best utilization of my time. So I'm really looking forward to employification in the future. But for now, it's just perpetual suffering is what it is. So, and I love streaming, and I love the live stream we did the other night with the pygmy mole crickets. I don't know if you guys like the wiggle format more, or if you like the go out and find bugs / look at cultures of bugs format more. It's an important question I need to ask for the future. Maybe the wiggle would just end up being a 1 hour live stream every once a week instead of 1 to 2 hours, and I would have to cut it off very quickly, or maybe even just a half an hour. It may end up getting to be that point. I don't know. I would love to hear what you guys like to see and me do more. But I think once there's a big, huge roach building with all kinds of projects and stuff going on, that will be a factor in things as well. But regardless, so saying I have to set things into molds and do this and buy a silicone material and all that does not sound very appealing to me. I like the idea of have an auction, sell some stuff, buy what I need with that sort of thing. The self-sufficiency comes in reproducing the bugs and having standardization of supplies so I don't have to deviate much from what I already have, etc. And that ultimately benefits everybody because then I have more time to acquire, figure out, breed, etc. more cool bugs. So even little processes like that, like I had Will making the plaster of Paris stuff for showing isopods at the expo. Even stuff like that is too much in the course of a regular day with the other things I have to do, because then it's like, oh, I have to go do that, and I have to make sure it sets, and then I have to have a place for it, and I have to leave it out there to dry and harden, and then I got to store it somewhere, and it's like, no. This is too much for me to do myself. I tried looking for that phone stream on your channel. Is it there? It should be. You know, there was a weird thing where it said it might have been unlisted for some reason. Let's see if I can find it. If I can find it. It's not on there. Anybody know how to find unlisted videos? Maybe I go to manage videos. Let's see. Live. unlisted. No, we're going to make it public. I don't know why it's that. Okay, it's public. There you go. It's back up there now if you want to watch it while I'm streaming or what have you. It's the hunt for pygmy mole crickets from 6 days ago, where we tracked down and found the elusive pygmy mole cricket, and we did it, and it was great. And we saw some pygmy grasshoppers too, which I love. So yeah, where's something else I was going to do on the channel? 873 subscribers, wonderful. Subscriber count has steadily been growing. Maybe not quite as. Why am I subscribed to Penguin Zero? I don't want to be subscribed to Penguin Zero. Don't know how that happened. We want the Aquarimax Pets Goldshaw Farm and Seed the Greens of Production subscriptions. There we go. Anyways. Unsure. Remember to like the stream. Thank you. What about a 3D printed cork? Oh, a cork. Okay. Silicone cork with a slight twist locking mechanism. Again. Oh, hi, Danny. I don't know if I've seen you here before. Welcome. Roach crossing situation is crazy. It kind of is. Cork with a slight twist locking mechanism doesn't sound so bad. Should check and see if Diane's contacted me. She's supposed to call me, but for some reason I feel like... Wait, do I have a call from her? No, it's just all potential spam. I need $2,000 with payment starting as low as $530 per month. To speak to one of our loan officers, please press 2 to be placed on our do not call list. Please press 9. Thank you, spam bot. All right. Don't know what that's about. Oh, that's right. I need to update the homepage. Link to the Roach Crossing YouTube channel. Now that the wiggle's not happening every week, we just have a YouTube channel link. It's all right. 3 years. 3 years, 7 to 8, 9 p.m. Eastern time, something. We made it. But anyway, silicone stoppers, etc. It seems most important to me to find a compromise between standard available stopper sizes and my needs, which are primarily the Gin Jelly, which 2.5 inches seems to be about the size of the diameter that I need, about 65 millimeters. So I need silicone plugs, perhaps screwable innable. I'm wondering, my Uncle Dale's pretty good at sourcing this kind of stuff. He worked in biomedical, biopharmaceuticals. Let's see, I'll send him a message and we'll say, hey, Uncle Dale, I need a 2.5-inch silicone or rubber stopper with, what are we calling that, a screw-in thread? With a twist thread to it. Do you have any suggestions for where I could find such a thing or have one manufactured? Ooh. All right, we'll see what he says. So this could change a lot of things too, hopefully for the better. The nice thing is, let's say this ended up being a horrible idea. I could always just leave it screwed in and never use it, is something that could happen. Also, don't forget to call the people. Yeah, we're going to do that. Tarantula Jake, how is this Talahorda colony doing? Not the best, and I really need to get on taking care of all my assassin colonies. They're really coasting over the summer. I just sort of loaded them all up with feeders and just said, all right, you're in God's hands now. But I checked last night, just a visual look, not even an open up to see how things are doing, and there were still adults and nymphs. So I'm like, okay, we'll just do this next week, I guess. But then also next week, I'm ending up having to do all my orders that didn't go out this week. So now it's okay. I guess the end of next week or the beginning of next week, I'll get to you guys. I guess everything needs to be done. Although there's one platymeris that I've been taking exceptional care of because it's special. So those are doing fine as I eyeball them over here. But yeah, a lot of platymeris they really fall out of fashion, and it's just work to keep up on them. If you let the frass and stuff build up too much, you get forward fly issues, and there's a delicate balance between how much interest there is in some of the species and how much you can produce of them and how much food you put into an enclosure and how much you want to be willing to clean up what's on the bottom. I suppose a breakthrough in innovations for a cleaner insect, because alphatobias are not always good to have in with platymeris and whatnot. Cleanup organism breakthrough could be very helpful in keeping platymeris, etc., into the future. And I'm on the cusp of putting out a wanted thing for Ford. I think I mentioned before that I was going to put out a big redeemable bounty for a Ford fly biocontrol. And I was originally kind of dead set on it. Must be able to move between enclosures on its own. I'm not so dead set on that anymore. And I'm thinking that the answer might be some sort of rove beetle. I'm thinking the problem there is if you use that for platymeris is balancing both their humidity needs, and also you hope the rove beetles don't go after the eggs as they're hatching from the platymeris. But some of the rove beetles are very specific about what they go after, so they may not touch other insect eggs, but they'll only go after fly larvae or something like that. So what I'm hoping to do is some experiments with attracting rove beetles and try to find one that will feed readily on Ford fly larvae and basically fly larvae and nothing else, and have adults that are long-lived enough that you can throw them into an enclosure and they'll stick around for months even after the fly problem has been taken care of, and thus help to suppress future fly problems. I have noticed that pyralis moth enclosures tend to not have forward fly issues. Even if you've lost a lot of bugs in that enclosure, enclosures that have large numbers of pyralis moths almost never have forward fly issues, because the pyralis moths will form a carpet on the bottom of the enclosure, and any roaches that die, they will immediately web up, eat. They may even eat the fly eggs, etc. But the problem is not all roaches like to be in with pyralis moths, and the conditions that are conducive to pyralis moths are not always conducive to the roaches you're raising in there too. So there's those extra complicating factors. A person asked about the suit armadillo. My suit armadillos are actually doing very well now, surprisingly. Again, I pulled the polycarb off. I put it on for the winter, left it on for too long. I think it got too humid, and I said, okay, we really cannot afford to lose these. Literally cannot afford to. Took the polycarb off, and they've been doing really well and turning around. So, are you going to end up making an old lady who swallowed a fly type biocontrol setup, says a person? Probably. That's the end goal. There's a lot of untapped potential with staphylinids, and I could see them being useful. I have in some of my enclosures, I have some sort of one of those can't remember the genus, the springtail specialist staphylinids that just popped up, and they persist for extended periods of time, and happy about that. And probably are also breeding. I moved them around some bins and whatnot. For mite control, Will is finding that some pseudoscorpions might be mite specialists. And we're looking into that too. For orobatid mites can be good and bad in certain contexts. TJ seems to be quite a fan of orobatids in some enclosures, but in other enclosures, they're either a sign of a downfall or contributing to it. So having a nifty little predator that can manage them easily when you want to is nice. It's nice to have tools, biocontrol tools in your back pocket is the bottom line. There was someone from Australia, says a person, who had some geophilomorphs get in with their harvestmen. They only predated on mites. Yeah, that's the thing, is sometimes you find these made in heaven combinations. I have a winged form of Unimobius carolinus from Alabama in with the Granfodorina oblongonota right now, and the Unimobius are just going nuts. And if the Granfodorina just got their act together, I'd be like, wow, what a neat combo enclosure. This is going great. I'm curious why orobatids in my house just randomly disappeared after months of having severe infestations. Yeah, I don't know. I think part of it I've seen is something to do with the soil composition. I remember when I lived with my parents, there were a couple times where I had some huge problems with them, mostly after feeding squash. Something about squash really got them going. Might have been the moisture, could have been something about the way the roach body processes it and then just poops it out. But I have this grow out container of Hemiblabra granulata from TJ here that just TJ's granulata just came loaded with orobatid mites, and so I didn't want that to get in the culture, just personal preference. So I put them in here, and I'm not really seeing many orobatids now that I look at this. There's some sort of worms, maybe not nematodes, but like a grindle worms or something in here. You guys can't see it, but I'm looking to see, because I don't see any of the orobatids, and they were thick before. They were thick with a capital T. But what I believe I do see, unless this is a different phase of the orobatids, might be predatory mites actually in here. Which predatory mites are, again, amazing for dealing with grain mites, and some species are fine with springtails, but then others and springtails don't get along very well. So I'm just looking. This is just to grow out. When the Hemiblabra get large enough, I've been transferring them to the other enclosure. It's funny because I told TJ, like, I need my granulata are not doing anything. I need like $1 billion from you, and so he sent me $1 billion. And then I went to check on my granulata, and there were like a bunch of babies, and there was like, okay, I guess I just have an even bigger colony right now. Alan says, oh yeah, I used to have tons of squash from millipedes. Maybe that's why. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it just makes the substrate irresistible to them for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe somebody will figure it out. It might have to do with the sugar or something in it, the way the cellulose goes through the roaches and gets pooped out, or the squash itself. Don't know. We'll list this right now. Okay. Let's see if Diane has gotten back to me. Nothing from Diane yet, so they must still be working or haven't started working yet. I do want to put a bow on this micro screen, etc. So we have an idea: 2.5-inch rubber plug or silicone plug. Threaded would be nice, and they make these ones with a stopper on them, with a little pull-out thing, and I like that. Although it would be nicer if it was screw-in. So we'll see if I can get anywhere with this. So thank you all for that dialogue. Again, a lot of people suggesting 3D printing and all this stuff. Would a 4-inch port door possibly work? I'm avoiding making it too large for the simple reason that the larger it is, the less I can appreciate the roaches inside, and that is a big aspect of why I do what I do, is because I like being able to look in the culture and see everybody having a good time, breeding. A quick check where I don't have to take the whole thing off the rack, etc., is ideal. So, and the aesthetic too, you know, these are going to be lab quality cultures of stuff, but I still have a very specific aesthetic that I want in mind, and it is impressive when executed properly, and so that's another part of it. So, this is kind of putting lids as being more of a permanent fixture. There's some interesting products suggested on Discord. Okay, I guess we're going to Discord, and then we gotta call this General Pet Supply. See what they can do for me, because the first step of this is getting the tanks, wire racks with casters, all kinds of stuff. Kyle's just been talking about, like everybody's saying, just talking about miscellaneous stuff. The Infinity Kyle, I love that so much. Silicone bath stopper from Farouche. I'm checking the Discord right now. Oh yeah, with the duckies, that's nice. Oh, 6 inches, that's a bit big. I got a smaller one. 1.85 inches is a bit small. Oh, that's like a cover. It says 6 inches. Is it really? No, it's 1.18 inches. That is basically what I'm looking for, but scaled up would be nice to a 2.5 inch size. This is, again, basically we're looking for like a plugger bathroom something. How about this one? It's universal, so I assume that we're not going to find the size that I need, as it's not a standard. 3.93 inches wide. Okay. Maybe I just need to order some of these things. I wonder if something like this might be of interest. Round deck plate marine access boat. 143 millimeters is definitely, I think, outside the size of stuff that I'd need. Yeah, some interesting suggestions. Again, I'm liking the screw-in thing for maximum sealage. So we'll see if that can be manufactured. Again, it's silicone. I could theoretically get 1,000 of them made and just have a box of them to use for the rest of my life, basically. Maybe worth contacting the companies that make the ones that are almost the right size. Yeah. Again, I'll see what my uncle says on that sort of thing, and then I will start doing some calls. But speaking of calls, let us call General Pet Supply and see what they can or can't do for me. Are you ready, everybody? Aye, aye, Captain. Also, I'm thinking about ordering some food. I might order some food because Angela's not here yet, and I don't have any food. I don't got no food for me. Dogs have food. Dogs would probably appreciate me saying hi to them also, so I might have to go do that. We'll do the call. I'll go say hi to the dogs. Come back, order some food for delivery, and then hope Diane doesn't call me at some point in the middle of all this stuff. All right, here we go. General Pet Supply. Here we go, fellas. Fellows and fellows.
Verizon Wireless. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again. Announcement for welcome to Verizon Wireless. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again. Announcement for
800-233-478. 4738. I've goofed everybody. I had a small goof. I thought we were about to go on a wild goose chase. Turns out it's a wild goof chase. All right, here we go. For real this time.
Thank you for calling General Pet. located at 7711 North 81st Street in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Please listen to the entire message before proceeding, as our options have recently changed. To reach an employee by their new 7-digit extension or by their name, please press the pound sign. For customer service, press 1. For the warehouse, press 2. For human resources, press 3. For purchasing, press 4. For the credit department, press 5. For accounting, press 6. For marketing, press 7. To repeat these options,
I think we're going to go with 4, everybody.
Bob Schwartz
is not available. Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Hello, this is Kyle Candillion from Roach Crossing. I'm currently having a facility built for the mass production of various insects, and I need to order somewhere between 100 and 200 each of 5.5 and 10-gallon glass Aqueon tanks. I may have a need for even more of these in the future, pending some other things. Please give me a call back when you can, 313-530-1970. Thank you. Anybody else hear the guy's name on the phone for the message thing? Anybody else? It was very like Bob Schwartz. Very low and very almost inaudible. So we're gonna just funnel this number away. Just in case I need to get in touch with it again. General Pet Supply. Definitely not what I was expecting to hear on the other end. It didn't get picked up. Yeah, we'll see. I left him a message. Maybe I'll just have to keep calling, and we're going to see how deep this rabbit hole goes. Why do I hear something? Oh, it's just the unit, I guess. Just the fan unit. It's too early for me to start hearing things. It's only 1 p.m. So, let us see. I guess I'll look a little bit more at these stainless steel things. They're all 12 inches by 40 inches. I'm trying to think of what the optimal way to use them is. I wonder if they make larger. Let's see. Filter screen filtration cloth. Again, Amazon purchases is just kind of the best option for me. Something that can be bought like that and be on my doorstep the next day is ideal. I can't be waiting forever for some of these things. It seems like here's 15.7 inches by 47.2. And this is, okay, that's a Amazon 2-day. We like that. 15.7 as well. It's interesting. It's a bit wider. Easy to cut. I like how they go out of their way to say that. And we had discussed the mesh size I wanted was 80 mesh. Let's see if they do 80 mesh with this other product. See if there's a significant price difference. Nope. Stainless steel wire mesh, 15.7 inches. See if it's long enough, I won't have to crop it, or I can make better usage of it if it's wide enough that I can cut it along the short end and not down the roll. I can save a lot of supplies that way. So it seems like this might be a good thing to work with. Now, another thing with the groupthink we got going on here, I love the groupthink, is puck screen. Interesting. How to adhere. I'm very comfortable with the gaskets. I'm very comfortable with the electrical tape corners. All that stuff is nice because it's cheap and it's removable. So if it gets soiled, degrades over time, it can be removed and replaced very easily. So I like that. But the big question is how to adhere this stainless steel to the frame of one of these metal frames. Thank you, a person, for joining us, and thank you for wishing me good luck. Thank you. Anybody have suggestions for quick, easy, permanent ways to fix stainless steel to a metal frame? The less messy, the better, is what I would say. It means you probably have to also put the gasket has to go on last. Probably do the electrical tape first, then the gasket, and then work off of that. So anybody know any good ways to products for easily adhering metal to metal? Seems like it shouldn't be that big of a problem. Oh, I got an Amazon delivery. Wonder what that is. Probably the catnip I bought for my neighbor, probably. Unless it's the 5 pounds of J-clips I've been waiting for like weeks. Let's see how that's doing, everybody. J-clips for the enclosures I have to build at the new place. 5 pounds of J-clips. Now expected by October 1st. We're sorry for the delay. If you have not received your package by October 1st, you can come back here the next day for a refund. Well, that's nice, but I really need 5 pounds of J-clips, please. Please. I need them. They're still in stock. Sand at the beach. That's all I have to say. And food. What should I do for food? Anybody got some suggestions for what normal humans usually eat? I was thinking Jimmy John's because it's pretty close to here. It'd be a pretty easy way to get some stuff quickly. I like how my auto replier is responding to all the spam companies of stuff that send me things like Pete Away, etc. Costco Travel. I'm getting Taco Bell right now. Duke and Enzo the Iggies. Good to see you again. Welcome to the final wiggle, Roach Vangelion. The end of Roach Vangelion. Jacob Moss is bonding epoxy or contact cement, soldering iron or epoxy. I've literally had to order again and cancel my current order because it's usually faster. Howdy, y'all. So here's what I need, and I'll show you a functional prototype that Will basically made it's been working for now, but it needs to be easier to manufacture and more durable. And I'm just now realizing the goldfinches have just been sitting on the sunflowers like all day. Like they've just been sitting there gorging themselves all day. It's really cute. Do we have locality data for Hobby P. japonica and I. bilunata? Bilunata is lost to time, but I think it's Tuscaloosa, Alabama from that stock. I can't remember. Satchel at some point recollected, or maybe even I received them from Alan after a Florida trip or something, so they might even be a mix of locales. Let me check what Roach Crossing says. Roach Crossing, the outdated authority. No locality. The first wave of japonica that came in were from New York City. And the second wave that my colony currently consists of came from, is it the Bronx? I think it is. The Bronx, which is the suburbs in New York. So we could always restart Bilunata with locality stock anytime we want, I suppose. So as I need to do for my Epilampra, unfortunately. Man, it's just frustrating when you think back. I had a huge colony of these things not 2-3 years ago. That's why I like to have an employee, get all this stuff set up, and then the second I detect something going wrong with the colony, just be like, okay, that's it, and just shove it into a whole new, brand new setup and rest easy for another year or what have you. But Anyways, I was going to grab a lid, but I've lost some of my enthusiasm to do that now. Okay, I just got both from Ty Randall. I'll assume no locality for the Biolina, probably the Bronx for the Japonica. I would ask Ty how long he's had the Japonica for. If he's had them for like for more than 4 months, they're the old stuff. But the thing about the Japonica is like they're all the same population basically. They all came from the high-rise development thing, the Skywalk or whatever they were calling it in like 2009 or something, and they have just infested New York from there. So I don't know if it really matters for them, short of just knowing they're not from an old world population. So, and that's coming from me, the locality freak, but that's just kind of the facts of the matter with that population. So, is the auction still slated to begin at 7 Eastern? Yes, we are good to go. 7 p.m. for the auction. Worst case, I can just label them as New York. New York City should be accurate enough, too. I mean, they're all from the state of New York. I don't think they're in Jersey yet. In Newark, however you say that. But, what's the microns on these ones? This is 300 micrometers. Is that the size of the holes for these guys? Made in Ferme on sheen, as they say. 30 mesh, 300 micrometers, which is what, 0.003 millimeters. No, is it pipe micrometers? Yeah. So 0.003 millimeters for those. So these should work. This seems to be what I usually get. Actually, I can check it against what I currently use and see if that works. For all the evil of Big Corpo, honestly, I do enjoy Amazon for how easy it is to source supplies. It's just a fact. It's really unbeatable for getting stuff, and for honestly, holistically less than it costs to get in your car, drive to somewhere, go to somewhere, be told they don't have something, etc. Well, these are 0.5 inches. We need 1 inch stainless steel screen, micro screen, because they do make standard window screen too. All right, here we go. Ty says, yeah, the Japonica for at least a year, possibly longer. So then that's the old stock then. There, the Amazon is selling AI written books. Yeah, everybody is. Specifically on foraging and wildlife. Yeah, that does. Though you have to wonder how much less or more accurate is that than some random herbal aesthetic person writing a book about X, Y, or Z things. Actually, this is an interesting conversation I had with Jules, who is my friend who works for one of the auto companies and does programming, etc. And she had brought up, that I could use AI to do roach crossing, write the blurbs for species and stuff like that. I had to convey AI does not generate information. It synthesizes and combines pre-existing information from sources, be it posts or this or that. With the roaches, there's so much stuff that is mislabeled or incorrectly attributed or just straight up not out there. I cannot use an AI to synthesize anything. There is nothing to synthesize. For example, let's say I want an AI to write a care guide for Uricotis biolii or something like that. And where would it start? Nobody's written anything on caring for Uricotis biolii. Nobody's speculated anything. Nobody's commented. Maybe it would grab data from similar species and say they could be fed on X, Y, or Z things. But you're not going to, there's core information that is simply not out there that would render it useless for the purpose of providing information to people. So, while I do agree AI could be used you can use AI for rewording your own writing, but keeping it exact. Yeah, AI could be used to go from Kyle's rambling diatribes to something that the average person could read and get better information out of faster is a very valid usage for it. But there's no information to synthesize, and information on my website that it could reference, some of it is just not, it's just wrong or is not what I would suggest anymore. Make it so humans can read, yes. At the same time, I do like being verbose and rambling sometimes. It's can be important for figuring things out and pursuing new lines of thinking to wander like that. Not always valuable, though, I'll admit that. All right. 0.2 millimeter hole. Oh, that's for the 80 mesh. Okay. 0.12 millimeter wire diameter, 0.2 millimeter hole. So this one actually goes into the hole size. And 0.2 millimeters is fine for the bulk of what I'm going to use stuff for. Anything smaller than that, I would need to use more special technology. It doesn't say on these screens how big the holes are. These conical ones, which again, I do think could be of value. Conical 1 inch. Let's see what this gets us. Nope, all flat screens. It's all flat all the way down, which is fine. I'm fine with using the flat screens. Again, if they're glued to the inside of the enclosure, they are already inset, so it helps to line up the sprayer easier. So I'm fine with that. Let's see again. Let's compare these stainless steel screens with a... How big are your holes? 0.015 millimeter wire. Let's see how those compare to the brass things I've been using. I do like the clean cuts on the brass that I've been getting. Where's your hole size, bro? Where's your hole? 250 micron, again, 0.15 millimeter diameter wires. But where's the hole size? So I'm having 250 micron filtration. Does this give a micron measurement? 149, 100 to 149 microns. I guess I could always just buy these and compare them. Let's do that. We'll just get them. It's like $7 for a pack of them. We'll just give it a try, see how the steel compares. Just for fun. We have fun here sometimes. Sometimes. Not all the time. It's not all the time having fun. Wow, you can just buy cherry wood chips. This seems like it could be helpful for something. Buying very small granule packages of different types of wood. You have to keep that, put that in the, up here. So now the question is, what is the diameter of a 10-gallon tank lid? Not the tank itself, but the lid, so that I can see how the stainless steel 80 mesh could apply to it. Let me get out my handy dandy ruler, my little guy here. I love this steel ruler so much. It's so helpful in getting things accurate. And let's see what we've got going on here for your standard lid. We've got 6 inches. It's about 11 inches across, which this 15.7 inch wide stainless steel mesh stuff would be perfect. And then 47.2 inches long. That's the size of the whole roll. almost 4 feet. The question is, how many tanks does that make me? This is going to be... Oh, wait, I got a tank right here I can use. Okay. 6. 6. 18. That's about 20-ish, so it seems like one roll would make me 2 lids, which ain't so bad for a specialty product that should last me for eternity. So, I like those numbers. What is this? A pond line or something else I have to buy for the barn? All right. There we go. Unless somebody can find me some cheaper stainless steel stuff somewhere. I think that'll be one of my go-to options, at least preliminarily. So, I should say hi to the dogs. I should do that, especially before Diane calls me and I got to take off and whatnot. So I'm going to take just a real quick break, go say hi to the dogs, and come back, order some food, and we'll keep going with this beautiful synthesis of data and information we have going here during this extra long wiggle. I will be right back. And that was my break. Both the dogs are conked out on the kitchen floor. So, all right, topics. Somebody, your Amazon order. Oh, that's the one that I just placed. All right. So we've gone over some things, some standard measurements for future roast crossing endeavors, etc. Is there anything anybody'd like me to talk about or would like to see now that I have returned from my break, which was not really a big thing at all, as big as I thought it would be? I could eat this couscous, but it's cold and a bit dry. Actually, not that bad. I could just be hungry, probably. Why it tastes better than it is. Show off a new roach for the hobby. TJ, please. I would love to, but I think that would be a good thing for me to do at the behest of a donation from somebody. So if anybody feels like donating something, perhaps I'll show something. I'll show a little roach skin, so to speak. But otherwise, what else can I show? There's all the stick bugs doing it over here. Stealth McClura might join us. Let's do that. You guys got lots of agita today. Whew. Ah, there we go. Big ol' captive bred Stulpniclora couloniana. you have any adult Andromana hybrids? Now, remember, they're not hybrids. They're merely crosses of two different strains locales. So they're still Princessia. Again, assuming the other stock I cross them with is pure, which seems to be the case after many years of deliberation. So I do have them, and that seems like a good thing that I could show off because some of them are monstrous. TJ says I still have one pure male Andromana who may or may not still be young enough to mate, so really want him paired with the cross females. TJ, you should send him to me so that I can make that happen. So we get 75% Andromanas. You should definitely 100% send them to me because again, they're doing very well here, and I can put him with a bunch of females. So please consider doing that. That would be a great step in the right direction. And then if I can keep him alive long, and you know, that other male, he lived a long time. He lived or at the point where I thought that he was geriatric and could not reproduce, he was still able to reproduce. So I would say can you send me some females I can cross with him, and then I can send him to you. I think it might, considering the track record with getting babies out of anything pertinent to that strain, I think it might be a wiser decision to just send him here so that, again, whatever I have done, even if it was just with the crosses, we had seemed to have had better results with the Andromana genetics than the other people in the U.S. who got them. So I would suggest sending him here ASAP. Can you imitate the sound that your arm buddy makes for us? You might hear the males do that a bit actually today, but it is a like that, and sometimes it does spook me a little bit when I'm not anticipating it. But everybody saw that. This is definitely one of the species I'm going to put priority to mass producing upon moving and having lots of food for them. It's just been finding a good, consistent source of host plants through the winter. And a person who's been doing very well captive breeding them was saying they do eat lettuce. But the thing with lettuce is it soils, and when I fed them that, it doesn't seem to have enough oomph to really give them energy to make eggs and whatnot. So it's really going to be a whole lifestyle of keeping the host plant propagated. I'll probably use one of the evergreen, very vigorous blackberries for these guys, and that's going to be a whole period of time getting things up to production for them. I really have wanted those for a while. Now glad you have them. I've bred them and lost them because of not enough host plant and other things a couple of times, and I assume I'll always be able to get more, but I don't want to just be able to get more. I want to be able to produce them reliably so that other people can always work with them too, is the plan. You can feed them live lettuce that has everything it needs to survive and continue growing with them. Again, I don't think lettuce is, I think the thing is the person who has been breeding them kind of gives them that additionally, and they'll eat basil too. It just doesn't seem to have enough nutritional oomph to be their only food is the thing. It's probably really good at keeping them hydrated, but it's lacking something in my experience to keep them going. And it's also not very efficient to have to swap out soiled foods with high frequency. I would rather be able to put a big cane of blackberry in and check on it a week or two later and see that they've eaten 75% of it, and then just swap it out is the thing. And I have an idea. This one strain that my neighbor has seems like an excellent candidate to be able to do that with. Have you ever intentionally farmed duckweed as bug food? I was feeding it to Lygidium with good results for a while, and then I just sort of stock, but I've never farmed it intentionally as duck food or as bug food. But I've farmed it. It's in my pond. You need to test with different plants set up live so they don't turn on you. It's funny. Are they selling live lettuce in USA grocery stores yet? People are going crazy for it here. Now it's replacing everything on the shelf now. I've seen it. They're like, this lettuce is alive. And they got it like a butter lettuce, and there's like a couple of roots coming out the bottom of it. But the problem is it's very expensive compared to just getting the chopped romaine heads. And so that's probably the main thing I've seen. Because when I saw it, I thought, oh, wow, I'm silly. I'd love to have some live lettuce. And then I looked at the price tag, and it's like 5 times the cost of a regular head of lettuce. And I'm like, no. So, actually, this is a good thing to talk about. Anybody out there know how to grow a good head of romaine lettuce? Because I like romaine for my salad. I feel it's not a salad unless it has romaine lettuce in it. And I really, not indoors though, outdoors. And I could probably do this in a hoop house or something year round or partially year round. But oh, my neighbor Joe they're examining some of my plants outside right now. Joe and his partner. She just walked up and looked at some of my plants and abruptly turned. I wonder if they're coming over to pester me. I'll have to tell them. No, they just went on a brief jog. I feel like the dogs now. Everything that happens in front of the house I have to be on top of. Anyways, but a good upright, crisp head of romaine lettuce is something I would love to be able to grow on my own. And is it strong sunlight? Is it heavy nutrients? Is it reliable soil moisture? Is it everything, all of the above, but in abundance even? I would love to know so that I can work on mentally preparing myself, because I feel like in the past when I tried to grow romaine, it's pathetic compared to store-bought romaine. Store-bought romaine is great for a lot of things. A lot of bugs eat it. Grasshoppers love it. Gastropods love it. But fortunately, it's still pretty cheap. But the price, as with everything, is just going up. I remember a couple of years ago, you could get a pack of 5 for $3, and now it's up to $6 for a pack of 5. And the romaine lettuce heads are shriveled up and worse. And I just wonder, how can this keep happening? Like at some point, like how much smaller can the portions and packages and everything get while the price goes up until something crazy happens? I just don't know. So, but anyways, as of right now, it is still a pretty reliable way of getting greens to bugs year round. It's my understanding they grow it pretty easily and reliably in like Arizona over the winter time, because it's cool enough. It's not below freezing, but it's cool enough that the evaporation isn't so terrible, and they're still getting lots of sun. So Rain says, I have some of that Taiwan creeping raspberry that's been growing indoors for almost 2 years now. It could be a good year-round rubus host, but it's not very prolific. Yeah, that's the problem. I had tried that outside before too, reading it was hardy or marginally hardy, and then it just died. And I tried it a couple times, and that just kind of turned me off to it. But I mean, I would rather have a rubus that, the idea was like, oh, it's low, so it'll do well indoors, and I could put it in a cage and blah, blah. But now it's like mass produce something outside and just keep it barely green over the winter until I can use it is really the name of the game. So, and that thornless blackberry my neighbor has is like an excellent candidate for that. It's also, it's green and leafy until December, even into January, I think. And it's really only the really hardcore weather of January, February that starts to take its toll on the plant. And even then, it's the weather responsible. It's not the plant's natural response. The natural response is to maintain the leaves through the winter. So if you cut it right before conditions get really bad and you keep it cool, you can maintain the vegetation almost indefinitely. So Alan's suggesting a small greenhouse outdoors. I had approached the township about that, and by some definitions, that counts as accessory square footage, but you can argue, and I will, for things like hoop houses and whatnot that have no foundation, that technically do not have walls, that are not heated or anything like that. It is merely a gigantic bubble or dome or a thing. It's not a structure, it's a thing. So I would be doing that, and I have to just be careful with how much stuff I put in there and what of it. But something like a raspberry and rose, and I guess a honeysuckle and or privet of some sort would be good things for me to maintain in there incessantly. And that's on my radar, trying to find what the key host plants for a bunch of things are, so I can just mass produce a handful of things and use it for a lot of different stuff, is the name of the game. And hopefully I get very good at playing it. I would never do that. This thing's too cute. Would not a yellow or pink mutant just be the sickest thing of this? Like, it would drive people crazy. It would literally be one of the coolest bugs of all time. Like, I know there's some people that Audubon maintain the Amblycarifa, which is a lot easier to do in Louisiana, but I don't even think they maintain those anymore. But like, this would just be the coolest if pink. It's already really cool, but it would be even cooler, or red, or all kinds of things. Maybe it'll happen eventually. That'd be nice. Oh, hi, little friend. I wish to mass produce you. You must procreate in my possession, please. Please. Or venom coloration, yeah, black with white eyes. I think that might be kind of difficult to do in katydids. There's a lot more stuff there. It's much more likely that we get one of those the neon colored mutants, but no, I wouldn't lie, that would be pretty sick too. Nifty things. I got all kinds of projects in the pipeline. We're going to put you back, though, because I don't know if you appreciate the air from the thing blowing on you directly like that. It's probably kind of desiccating. So you go ahead and go back in there. So if I could confirm eggs, I would have put up these... what is the species now? What is it called now? Florida Keys, Miami-Dade, etc. Haplopus scabricollis used to be something mayeri. It's now Haplopus scabricollis. It is the only native winged insect to the continental United States, or just to the United States. And apparently they scatter produce eggs. Are these H. mayeri? They're winged. I feel like my adult females don't look one-to-one with the ones I'm seeing on Bug Guide. That looks pretty good. Oh, this is saying Alan found it. Oh, this is from Kai in 2022. That's funny. Very funny, actually. Well, anyways, I have these. They're doing well on Rose. I'm sure they take Bramble, but I'm just kind of obsessed with... Oh, yeah, that's definitely more similar to the female that I have. They have an ovipositor, which I would assume is used for laying eggs, but now we look at how stick bugs like to lay their eggs, and a lot of times females will kick them or flick them away from themselves like poop. So it makes me wonder if maybe that structure is not used for depositing eggs, but is instead used for flicking them. You know, more leverage because it's longer. So I'm not sure. So maybe I should take some time to see if there's any of those Haplopus scabricaulus eggs and put a couple of them up for auction, because they've been pretty carefree, even with the dryness earlier in the year and the humidity nowadays. And, Megaphasma were glass cannons. Like, egg to adult is like 3 months, like, and the adult lifespan, again, could be my host plant. Maybe, again, red cedar is one of their natural hosts, but with this line, perhaps it's causing decreased fecundity. I don't know. I really think it was the humidity that did them in this spring, and I wish that I wish I'd even just throw them out in the living room, which has a lot better airflow. So, because this is like the third or fourth generation that they've been doing fine on red cedar. Anyways, while I love them for how easy it is to keep them on red cedar, again, 6 months from egg to death is a little short for a stick bug, even if they are very easy to feed on red cedar and produce. But these haplopus, I think I've had them since April, and they were nymphs then, and they've been maturing within the last month-ish. So it's like April, May, June, July, August, 5-ish months of growth, and then we'll see how long the adult lifespan is. But might be the better pet of the two of them. Would be nice. Maybe I could try a group of them on red cedar next year when I have more space and resources, and see if they could be put onto that. But yeah, I was preaching up the Megaphasma, but these guys have been good. And then the Parabacillus hesperus have also. There will be some Parabacillus hesperus up for grabs, some eggs. These guys have been great. I fed them grass earlier in the year. I switched them over to bramble now because I have a lot of it, and I figured I'd try to make them as big and happy and healthy as possible to mass produce eggs. And they're doing great on that too, and they don't care if it's too dry or too moist, it seems, as long as they're ventilated, so I like that. And of course, Anisomorpha peruphasma. And again, one of you in the Discord had a peruphasma relative that was like an orangish brown that you showed off months ago. And I looked at it, I was like, I like that. And now I want those because full stop. So please, if anybody knows what I'm talking about or knows who I'm talking about, please put me in contact with them, because I would really appreciate getting some. Greenhouse on wheels and call it a trailer. Yeah, that's Chris, that might be one of the best things you have ever suggested. The only problem is I would have to have things in pots and have them irrigated, etc. And that's the advantage of having the plants in the ground. But then you could argue also, if you have plants in the ground, there's no foundation. It's just the ground. There's no walls, so it's not a structure. It's basically a big tent. So again, I figure I'll fight those battles if and when I come to them. It may not even be like that. Again, a hoop house or caterpillar house is, you can say it's on wheels so you can move it around depending on the season for less sunlight. Again, I'm not too concerned about that. The big thing was for the bug building and the square footage for that and the extent of the operation. Doesn't seem to be a problem. The public hearing for the ordinances for them to finalize things is on October 24th. So Angela and I do need to go and be present for that. And I am surprised Diane has not contacted me, because I can't imagine they've taken this long. I guess they're moving some. There's a huge beech tree in her backyard, and this is scary. Snapchat says, would you like AI assistance or something? After I was just talking about AI, Team Snapchat, you can kindly go You can kindly go commit not alive is what you can do. Get off of my feed. There we go. Get rid of you. All right. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So 24th, I have to go and give final public input, or they're going to show the ordinances up there. I can ask questions, comment, other people can, what have you. And I think after that, they move forward to voting and officiating and blah, blah, blah. So the funny thing, one of the things with that ordinance conversation was with the setbacks and all that stuff was, which I think the old guy or sorry, I'm gonna use a bad term. The boomer who was there complaining about his neighbor's horses. The funny thing about that was he was complaining about, oh, it smells like horses and blah blah blah, and I'm riding my mower with my grandson, and my grandson, he he stopped the mower and put the emergency brake on, and he got on his knees and looked me deeply in the eyes and said, "Grandfather, why does it smell here?" And I'm like, come on, like you, come on, you know. So, but anyways, all this stuff, and this guy's like, yeah, it's got a stables, blah blah blah. The ordinances that these setbacks and whatnot are for structures for animal husbandry. So if you want to put a barn, or I guess they even go so far as to say a lean-to, etc., something with or without a foundation, with or without walls, blah blah blah, you have to adhere to these setbacks. A chicken coop, etc., it's something like 100 feet or 150 feet or something 25 feet from a property line, 100 to 200 feet from a dwelling on a neighboring property, blah blah blah. Very reasonable. I don't think that this guy understood that, which I asked them later. This is for a structure for the animals. You could have a barn at the back of your property and have fencing that runs all the way to the front of your property. The animals can go wherever they want to. There's nothing that says that, oh, your animals can only ever be within blah, blah, blah feet of the structure. This is merely for a permanent structure for the keeping or activities of whatever pertinent to animal husbandry. So if he thinks that telling them these setbacks have to be, oh, they got to be further and further and further, your neighbor can set things back as far as he wants. He can feed the animals up right next to the property line, right off his back door if he wants to, and they can poop all over there. It doesn't matter. This is simply for the structures, which is supposed to theoretically help with odors or all that stuff. But another point was the wind changes directions, and suddenly you can smell something that's over 1,000 feet away. It doesn't matter to some extent. This is more about, you got all this land. The expectation with having land is you're going to farm and do animals, or you're going to do stuff with it, and that you have certain rights that must be preserved when you have this amount of land, and when you're in a place that allows for these things. So that was just, it was interesting. Again, I went up to them and said, so this is just for the structures, right? So I could build a fence around my whole property and have the maximum number of horses and feed them right next to my neighbor's yard, and he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Yeah. So it's just, it's one of those funny things where there's like, maybe that guy didn't realize the whole picture for stuff. But anyways, I thought I was very amused by that. The good news is I think that my operation, I just have to be, again, same thing as any animal husbandry operation, and the building meets all of those requirements. 25-foot setbacks, which you have to do for anything. And I don't know how I got on this. I was talking about the meeting on the 24th. Yeah. So, yeah, it's just interesting. Again, the township people have to be understanding of a wide variety of desires and wants and things like that, while also realizing that you host the 4-H fair and you're not very conducive to 4-H activities. So what's the deal? Tell the 4-H to go kick rocks, or let your citizens be actually able to practice the things that they purport here. So I never did order something. I should see when Angel is going to be here. I need salvation. I got 5 more hours. I'm about to. Oh, I got psychic connection. She says I'm about to leave, dear. So I will have to go and greet her, or probably let the dogs greet her first, so I'm not in the middle of that chaos. Preserve as much of my sanity as possible. A friendly reminder to anybody to like the stream, to perhaps consider donating. You can donate at any point between now and October 10th to qualify for the various donation gift tiers. So please keep that in mind. This is a donation stream after all. We really need to hit that 1K subscribers in the viewership hour so that I can get fully monetized again. Something we did, I think it was just the sheer number of hours things were watched, qualified me, and then a week later or something, suddenly super chats and stuff disappeared. So that one precious 1K subs, as you all know, will also get us to our Roach Crossing After Dark. I wonder if I could tell Angela to pick me something up. Oh, I should call her. I'm going to call her, actually. Let's see. And I'm going to very politely ask for some food. I'm going to mute this for a second. All right, you've all been spared this time. Let's see. I'm going to just check these cottonists that I found in my yard. I found a couple of them kind of dead and flaccid the other day, and I think maybe they were too humid, and now I'm wondering, are they too dry? They're also getting yellow. I wonder if they want to pupate. You can't really tell how yellowy they're getting, but they seem a bit small to want to be pupating, but it seems like they're eating the dog food still. This is also not how I would typically keep a colony of cottonists. I collected these thinking they were euphoria, and then they ended up getting huge, and then realized that this is the year that cottonists invaded southeast Michigan. There's a ton of reports that popped up this year on INAT, maybe from the dryness or some other factor is really pulling them into southeastern Michigan. But anyways, so I should probably set these guys up on some deep sand and start cooling them if I want to have hopes of getting a Michigan cottonist colony going. But again, they're still eating. They're still crunching on stuff, but they are getting a little yellowy. So, and surprisingly, I think Nitida takes drier conditions than Mutabolus, because mine got pretty dry over the winter time, and I had a 0% mortality rate in pupil cells, which is crazy because with Mutabolus, it's usually 20 to 30% when I don't screw things up big time, just standard. It seems 20 to 30%. It also emboldens me for the other cottonists in the United States. But man, do I regret not realizing the ones I found in Cave Creek Canyon were cottonists and thinking they were euphoria. I could have had another cottonist species going. Now I got to go to Cave Creek Canyon, hope that conditions are good enough, and root around in the gutters alongside the road trying to find that other species of cottonist larva. I think it was Cottonus impia. Is it impia? Alan knows if he's listening. I think it's the black phase of it too, which would be sick. Speaking of cottonists, somebody I've been talking to has been finding metabolist mutants. And some of them are really cool, and I'm hoping to get some eggs from them. They found some orange ones, some black ones, and metabolist, of course, is a bit larger than Nitida, and people have, I don't know if it's the case anymore, people have historically had problems with Nitida, but I think they just want to be cooled. Speaking of problems with stuff, I haven't been getting any larvae out of my Chrysina wood-eye, and I hit the panic button finally. I was rotating them over walnut sawdust, and I wasn't finding any larvae. So, and I lost 1 or 2 adults, probably just to age. But I'm still going to leave those tanks untouched for a couple months and hopefully go back through them and find some larvae in them. But it should be a flood of larvae, and it's not been a flood of larvae. So I again hit the panic button. I sterilized some good wild collected white rotwood for them, crammed the container full of it, and now we're going to wait and see what happens. And I really need to start shoving some more walnut leaves in their face before the walnuts drop all their leaves, which will be happening not too far in the future. So again, failure. Don't use, even if it's a species that feeds on walnut and pecan in the wild, apparently using composted sawdust from that is not the best idea. So that's unfortunate. But, I got to put a hit out for a fungus. There's a fungus that breaks down box elder that makes it, like, insatiable. Let's see. Flip. All right. Hey, Jules, I'm on a live stream right now, but I just realized. So there's some sort of white rot fungus that breaks down box elder, especially box elder trees, that seems to make the wood really, and elm too, I think, really good for just like general bug use, like all kinds of beetles and millipedes, etc. Do you have any idea what mushroom that might be? And if you don't have any idea, do you have any way that we can figure out what it is and maybe try to propagate it, perhaps? All right, put the hit out. This would be useful to all of you because whatever fungus makes this very soft, pulpy white rot wood is amazing for just a ton of bugs, especially some beetles. So I'm also realizing I have Dynastes and Tripoxylus on walnut compost, and it worked. It's worked great for Pacnota, but I'm just wondering, is it maybe something weird about it that's not good for the eggs of some other stuff? But I mean, Tripoxylus, I had a female who was laying in she was laying in just raw sawdust, like mixed Michigan hardwood products, hydrated wood pellets, and laid a bunch of eggs in there. And they hatched, and some of them started feeding and developing just fine. So do I go and extract all my Dynastes females? Do I start moving them onto compost, which I know has worked in the past, but I would have loved for the walnut sawdust to work because I have so much of it right now. And also where it's 100% works perfectly for millipedes, it seems. I'm having great results with a bunch of millipedes on it. So it doesn't seem to be a problem for them, but for the other stuff, you know. It's also reminding me I need to set some urids up on this sterilized batch of white rot wood that I have. Always something to do, folks. See, it'll be nice to have big batches of sterilized stuff so I can just do the stuff like that. Spare enclosures that are cleaned out, ready to go. I can just move substrate and stuff to it, move a whole colony over to something else and not worry. And that's where we're heading towards in the glorious roach crossing future. But of course, I could use your likes and donations to help this happen in a much more fluid manner, although I can also understand if some of you are pinching pennies for the auction tonight, which is also fine. What are the feeder worms you recommend again? Also, what's worm care for you like? Oh, geez, I can't remember. Was it like the little blue worms were a really good feeder worm? They like manure. There's a couple other ones. The lob worm. I have to go through that worm list again. There's just so many. I could go through worms of Michigan. Let's you and me take a fun trip down the earthworms of Michigan. Lumbricide in the state of Michigan. I feel like this is... What is this? This one's not showing introduced. Is this not an introduced worm? Bimastos rubidus. What? There's a native worm in Michigan? This must be a recent update. How about the field worm? Octolasian. Has there been a revision of history? I'm having problems right now, guys. My brain is hurt. Somebody please tell me what's going on with the state of worms in the Midwest. Bimastos egg casing a lake or something fossilized. Well, now I gotta find these little fellows and propagate them if they are Michigan natives. Oh, I've seen those before. If they are in fact native to North America. Bimastos is a genus of lumbricid worm thought to be native to North America, but has since been introduced to every continent apart from Antarctica. This is news. Now here's another one. This is a species common in Europe and was introduced into North American range. Earthworm species may be native to Alaska. Earthworm species found by Fairbanks. Okay. So it seems that there's a lot more to this story, and we probably don't have a really clear idea of what the heck is going on, is what it kind of seems like. No, I'm pretty sure I find these pretty regularly in like leaf litter, like wet leaf litter. They're pretty common, I believe, these smaller worms. I don't like when they get into bins. They don't form sky-high densities, but they do seem to cause some issues here and there. I think maybe my best advice is to collect a bunch of worms, put them in an enclosure with whatever material you want to just be the only thing you feed them, and then just keep doing it, and hopefully they do well. Minthas breed pretty well, honestly, and I couldn't remember if... I remember some garter snakes not liking them or maybe killing a young garter snake of some sort for some reason, but I've used them for other garters now without any issues. And I think a lot of worms do like a ventilation. A lot of animals just like... Inverts just like ventilation. Hi, Exotic Wilderness. Good to see you. Maybe you just got out of school. Perhaps. Circa, just pester me for the Bimastos, and I will remember if I see them again. It's just a matter of when I'm going to see them again. Just pester me about them. Because I think this is one that's usually more common in the spring here, like in the leaf packs. And it's been very dry in Michigan. So just in general, worms are not abundant at the moment. They definitely go up in presence as the season progresses. But at the moment, I can find stuff. It's just I have to look in very specific places. I'll trade you Testacella for Bimastos. Maybe I would take up that trade at the moment. I do want to work with the Testacella again, but oh, just keep in touch. Pester, a gentle pester goes a long way. Speaking of which, Diane, did they finish? There's a ticking time clock on getting out to do spray. Any news? Let's see. Did Jules reply? Nope. Unfortunate. This is just a good Alaniscus waensis once I get mine breeding harder. Oh, yeah. I'd take some of those for sure. Reminding me I have to put away my shiny gator isopods. I got them 2 weeks ago. I still haven't put them away. Let's see how much people are charging for these. $350, $500 for 5. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Sold out. Here's somebody who has decreased their prices. I think I'm done. I think I'm done with the isopod hobby, like a final done. I don't think my brain cells can take much more abuse, honestly. Circus says, bit smaller clitellum than rubellus, higher up. Orange lives in leaf litter, medium small worm, bit smaller than I. rubellus. Yeah, there's a good chance that that's what they are. Again, they're a very small, polite-looking worm. So, what's the genus on I. rubellus? Or is that an L? Lumbricus rubellus. Is that the chestnut worm? I see those too. Definitely. But I think it's pretty safe to say that it is the other species. It is the one that you're looking for. Again, I always thought of them as a very polite little worm. Could be, is that another one, chestnut worm? Not like the weevil chestnut worm, but like there was a worm that had the common name of chestnut worm. Lumbricus castaneus. I'm pretty sure I've seen those too. Again, all this soft tissue and clitellum and whatnot. Just so poorly studied overall, especially as it pertains to what's here in these here continental United States. As the sun starts to come out, as I say that. All right, we've talked about worms, silicone butt plugs, katydids, beetles, roaches, colony collapse, Miramar roaches. What else? Got to go by. All right, bye, Circa. That's abrupt. What are some other things people would like to talk about as I look at this nice little clognia culture I've got going over here? I'm sad that the sides are kind of hard to see through because I want to look at the larvae. I want childlike wonder and happiness to come to me by looking at the larvae. I put a piece of cat food in here. There should be another big crop of larvae coming with these beloved fellows. I wonder what the new addition to the sewer fairy hobby will be. we've got a couple of solid mainstays. We really need some innovation. We need like some California species or something. Kyle Bald jump scare. Not sure what that's about. Oh, hi Loki. Yeah, I guess in certain angles I do look at it and think, oh boy, I do think, oh, I did bump my head the other day. I can see there's damage. That's a lot of damage. Hyperbeam, any tips, experience breeding vinegaroons? No, you want to talk to Alan about that. Alan's been putting a lot of effort into breeding some vinegaroons. TJ having good luck with his Corsinura paraschi. Keep them going, TJ. I don't know if my Hail Mary of tossing mine in with my Hemithyrsospora vittata worked. I probably won't know until winter sets in. I haven't seen you with the super short hair. When did you shave it? Geez. A month ago at least? We had a heat wave and I just was done with it. I was very done. So, sea paraschi are absolutely exploding. That's so good. For mating, you want to either put them on hard clay or put a flat bark on the surface. Thank you, Alan. The Alan part of the live stream with Alan's eclectic knowledge. But yeah, TJ, please keep the paraschi going until I can confirm whether or not mine are going to be okay. But I think I Hail Married 7 to 12 nymphs into the vittata culture in the hopes, in the desperate hope that they will they'll reinfest it. 50-50 shot, I'd say. But is there a lot of air movement in your room, TJ? That could be part of it, or you just have pretty good sterile conditions. Did I ever pester you into getting a hygrometer? I'd love to see your hygrometer readings over time, TJ. Definitely be informative to me. Anybody up to anything on the Discord? We got some general. Somebody posted molecular phylogeny and systematics of native North American lumbricity. Like how it says, well-studied and blah, blah, blah. The most well-known and well-studied earthworm group. Not necessarily the most bold statement. Where's the smoking gun that we want? Provide the first evidence supporting that North American lumbricids are monophyletic. Okay. Bimastos and Isonoides. I just wish I knew how to identify these different worms so I could try and breed some of the southern native ones for sure. We propose to treat them as a junior synonym. Contradictory to the commonly held belief of being European, they are indeed part of the indigenous earthworm, North American earthworm fauna, Dendrodrillis and Aloloboforidella, the small-tailed worm. I want a picture of what this looks like. Aloloboforidella, a truly arboreal worm? What is this wormhole we're falling down here? Hyperbeam and Alan having a convo on Vinegaroon. No, my room is stuffy, says TJ. Will there still be a fall auction? This is the fall auction coming up tonight. At least it is we will not be having a Bugapalooza, but we will be having the end of Roach Vangelion auction starting at 7 p.m. tonight, which will not be as big as a Bugapalooza, but people will get their things in a much more timely fashion. Now here's somebody saying Loloboforidella isoni, a truly arboreal earthworm in the temperate region of Central Europe. Pitfall traps and collectors at tree trunks and logs provide an unexpectedly high number of earthworms. Blah, blah, blah. Occurring both in decaying logs and predominantly at the bark of living and dead trees. was proven that Ololobophoridella isoni regularly climbs trees, which it does surprisingly mainly in late autumn and in the winter. I would love a picture of this organism, please. The elusive Ololobophoridella Dendrodilus rubidus. I am just, guys, this is the jumbo worm. Again, now Wikipedia, which is a reliable source, says that Dendrodrilus rubidus is native to Europe and introduced elsewhere as an introduced species. Does this not claim that they are indeed part of the indigenous North American earthworm fauna? So they're proposing that red wiggler worms are native to North America? I think Wikipedia needs, guys, I'm sorry if I'm being slow, but Wikipedia needs some updating apparently based on this publication. So where are red wigglers native to? Okay, whole Arctic. 2 genera, Isonoides and Bimastos, are generally believed to be native to North America, with 9 and 2 described species, respectively. The validity, taxonomic boundary, and origin of Bimastos, aptly called the systematic wastebasket by Gates, has been widely debated. Oh, this is too deep of a wormhole for me to go down into right now. My head's hurting a bit. So I gotta read through this, but it's, I guess it's suggesting there's been two-way of introduction of stuff to the old world, which makes sense, and the new world. Maximum likelihood tree based on Bimastos, etc. Where's the analysis? I want the thing that says that this is peregrine species. So there's some species that are cosmopolitan and some that are native. Okay, that makes sense. This is just like the rest of the whole Arctic region. Gosh, I did not mean to go down this hole. TJ says, I did get a hygrometer, though, combined with my humidifier. My room has been sitting between 65 to 80% relative humidity for the past 6 months. All right. Yeah, you're right where I am, then. That is my bedroom, by the way, Alan, and 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Sounds like the type of bedroom Alan would want to hang out in. Loki, I have responded. I have responded to your text. I got to do a reminder lookup of the Kyle points. If you could, I think I might have it somewhere. Okay, I think that's it there. All right. Seems like you're in a position to be generous this evening, perhaps with your competitiveness. I would encourage such a thing. Anyways, so it really does seem like it's just a fustercluck in general, and fascinating is all I can say. We go from knowing very much to very little. In a blink of an eye. See, I always thought with things like decay snakes and garter snakes and things like butlers and shorthead garters that eat mostly slugs, snails, earthworms, etc., how can they have a restricted distribution to the Great Lakes regions, basically, on a diet of something that supposedly was not here until the Europeans arrived? Is my So I must have been eating something, unless there was some real dramatic range shift that happened where they were originally more southern and then shifted northwards and then were stuck there and blah, blah, blah. I could keep my room like that, TJ. Extreme stuff. Couldn't Behijager? Couldn't keep your room like that? There's going to be some blood spilled tonight on Discord, I hope. Because we need... Roach Crossing needs more money. As always. The eternal Sisyphusian struggle here. And my lord, do I hope Angela brings food. I need to get something like a little sign or something to put up for when I bail to eat for a little bit. Hopefully this will be legible. And I don't have a pen in here. That's great. The room is so humid, I can feel that my paper has absorbed moisture, and I don't like that. I could see how if you lived in a place like Alabama or Florida that was humid constantly, how you could just have silverfish everywhere. I feel it. TJ likes not having to mist enclosures every 2 days to keep them from drying out. See, I prefer that. You just run through and you spray everything, and that way the food doesn't get moldy. Everybody gets to drink. You don't have to worry about your ectobioids dying. Yeah, this paper thing's kind of tripping me out. Makes me realize just how dry a lot of places like libraries, schools, and most people's houses usually are. It's very interesting. Our apartment sits in the 70% range despite our dehumidifiers. Best try. Yeah, this is going to have... One of the things I'm scared about with the new building is figuring out what the humidity and stuff is going to be like there. Like, it's a whole new regime of humidity management I have to get my head wrapped around. I have to be ready for everything. TJ says, I have some weird silverfish I caught that I need to send you. Only got like 3 of them, and they haven't bred for me, but you seem to do better with those. Yeah, we're coming up to the time of the year where I do best with them. Actually, we should check my Lepisma. We're going to check my Lepisma right now. These are the Lepisma that Will and I fished out of the barn when we did the first round of cleanup. And there were babies in here. I see springtails, which is not necessarily a good sign because most springtails and silverfish have incongruous needs. But I also see bark lice, which is a good sign. So let's see. All right, we got some baby Lepisma. Again, a lot of bark lice, or book lice, sorry. What we really want to see is more than one baby Lepisma, but I also don't want to crack into a boy with the cold ones here and have a precious Lepisma from a locality I don't want to get rid of hop out and disappear into my keyboard. So I've got to be judicious. So they're looking... Okay. I see a couple of babies. That's good. All right, so not the best, not the worst, but if it gets us through the summer, I'll take it. I'll take that. Bald spot. Let's see how I go through here. TJ says they're like twice the size of Lepisma and also solid silver, but don't look like any of the cosmopolitan species. Yeah, that's interesting. We'll see. Bald spot? Do I have a bald spot developing up here? I think I'm still pretty good. It's deceiving when I've cut my hair down to nothing. It starts to grow back, but we'll see. Watch it while you can, live on the Roach Wiggle, the last episode, the evolution or de-evolution of the bald spot. Alan John said, which have been breeding. This Lepisma saccharina that I caught in the barn in Holly. I didn't even know they could survive in a freestanding structure in Michigan, and yet they did. So John Doe says, I had some jumping bristles going for a bit, but a centipede was in there somehow with the wood or something and ate the babies. That's one I would really like to figure out the husbandry for. You know, I think jumping bristletails would probably do really well in like one of those big obnoxious Viv setups with like a lot of water and moss and high humidity where they could like get into areas that aren't like soaking wet. I think they would do pretty well in there, finding a little microclimate up in there. But yeah, for something that dries out in seconds in even high humidity air and is constantly inside of like logs and stuff like that, you give them any stuffy moisture and they just seem to keel over. Alan censored, YouTube censored the locality name for his Lepisma, which are doing well. Alan has collected some Lepisma from Cumming, Georgia, which is a place name. YouTube is the name of a place, is Cumming, Georgia, and I'm happy that yours are doing so well, Alan. Backup or another colony for me to get, pending how these guys do or don't do. But I mean, the thing is, all winter, all my silverfish did so well. They love it when there's just positive pressure out of the bin of moisture where it's just always kind of drying out, but you put something down to suppress the extra moisture from leaving it. Like the polycarb, slap a polycarb on a tank, keep just the back 1% of the bin moist, feed excessively at the other end, and everything, they just thrive. It's crazy. TJ's got specific locality data for Hormetica stromosa and Fortioica. Good. He might have given that to me in it might be on my Excel document, but I'd have to check. Maybe. I thought I received stromosa information, but gosh, the website's going to be a whole other beast. If I can ever get all this stuff together, the building, the new site, all these things, it will be incredible. But tiring. I just need an employee. That's the first step. First key step after the building is the employee. Somebody full of life and energy and productivity and juice. Important to have the juice there too. Got to have some juice in there. But, yeah, geez, am I looking forward to an actual food today before our auction. The auction is a mere 4.5 hours away, everybody. It is encroaching, and it will be fun. I have to go get the goats before that too. The link to the donation page tells me that the page doesn't exist. Oh no. Let's see. Click here to donate. What do you mean the page doesn't exist? I just checked it yesterday. Donate via PayPal. Okay, the donate button works. All right, let me do something. Let me do what limited special K skills I have here. Let's see what we can do. I don't know why it wouldn't work. It worked yesterday. Can I merely copy this button with or without formatting? Hopefully the button appears on all things. Paste with. All right, let's see. Behajiger, thank you in advance for a presumed donation. Okay, I think I've got it working. That's weird. I can't take the button and I can't take the link right now either. Well, this is a thorn in my side. What to do? Create a donation link on PayPal. Let's see. All right. Maybe I have to make a new separate one or something. Let's see. Huh. Make a donate link for your PayPal. Create donation page. I don't know why it worked yesterday, but it's not working today. Donate button. Unless it's some sort of weird. Okay, here's the donation link. Click here to donate. Highlight that. Insert link. Huh. URL. Open link in new tab. Add link. Update. Okay. Let's see how it is. Okay, it should work. Let's try it again. Oh, wait. I can just click this thing and... Okay. All right. I think I got it working. Alan says, well, I'm going to hit bed for now since I'm still sick. Rest up, Alan. Don't die before you find more cool bugs. Bejager says, TJ, is there only one available Stramosa and one available Fortioka? If they're all the same localities, for two, could you send me the localities? Bejager, that information will also be up on Roach Crossing. But Tess, we did call. We got moved from Aquion's page to a regional distributor for Aquion. I called the regional distributor and got bounced around a little bit until I ended up with somebody's voicemail box, and I left a message as professionally as I could. So not much more I can do other than maybe I pester them via another means in the near future if this guy doesn't get back to me. So, well, it's about all I could do. So we'll see if or when they get back to me. And I think the donation, I don't know why the donation link keeps breaking. The one that's on the button on the page never breaks, but this should work. Okay. Behavior, yes, there are only one source stock for both species in the hobby. Localities are as follows: Fortiocas from Tina, Ecuador, Tina, and Hormetica stromosas from Ajuano, Ecuador. And I'm going to update the Roach Crossing master list with that information right now while it's on hand. Oh, my desktop needs a cleanup. Everything needs a cleanup. Not going to cry. Well, that's a distribution copy. Cockroach list. All right, Strumosa. I can't believe I put all this information in last year. It's nuts. All right, Strumosa are from Ajuano, Ecuador. Mahuano, Ecuador. Okay. Save that. And 40 Oika are from Tina, Ecuador. Tina. Wonderful work there. 40 Oika. Did I not add 40 Oika to this? I never added 40 Oika to the roach list. Sheesh. God, there's a lot of stuff. Well, TJ, I entrust you to preserve that. I'll try to remember Tina, Ecuador. Until I add an entry for 40 Oka, which is apparently not on the Roach Crossing master list. Which makes me wonder how many other things do I need to add by the time the site freaking goes up. It's too much, man. I need like a whole company or something to do this stuff. Oh, hopefully one day I get to look back and laugh. Hopefully. We'll see. With the help of all you lovely people, I could be able to look back and laugh. We have received a donation. I don't know if I'm going to get in the habit of announcing the donors per se. I don't know if they want me to do that, so I won't, but people can probably guess who donated. And I would like to thank them very much for their donation. And they will, they're going on that big old, the plaque in the foyer/airlock room. So have fun going to sleep, TJ. It's, what is it, like 10 a.m. or something there? 11 a.m. You're going to bed? That's okay. We work hard. Beji just says, I get my name on that plaque, and you said show brand new cockroach if I donated, so please do. Haha. Oh, wait, I want to see the new roach. I could just show the Nocticola from Vienna Zoo. I could. That's a new one that TJ sent me. Seems a little cheap. Maybe. We could look at. Well, we'll do this. What the heck? Oh crap! I can't get that off of that rack. I hate that it's got tank clips on it, so I can't pull it off the rack easily. Hey, no fair. There's got to be something cool in here. Something somewhere. What have I received lately? We could look at one of the Andromana males, the crosses. Seems kind of fitting. Jesus, that's a big roach. Okay, this is a big hisser. This is approaching unreasonably sized hisser. Look at this thing. This is the one that Andromana cross males. This thing is huge. I don't know, TJ. I'm not sure how I feel about the color on this. I'm going by your judgment of who we should kind of stack the deck with. But if you send me that other male, I'll prioritize him. I'll put most of the females with man, some of my pure andros got even bigger. Let's see how big this thing is. So this guy is like, I don't know if you guys can see, about 3.5 inches long. And, you know, I do think, yeah, there could be some bigger ones that pop up in that culture because I've seen wider pronotums before too, but this thing is big. But anyways, TJ, yeah, you should send me that mail and I'll toss him. I'll put him in the full setup with all the females. And I'll just as a safety precaution, so I can use subpar looking females with your 100% male. So, because that, again, we're assuming the females I have are 50-50 Andrew Hamana, other stock. We had the 70 or 100% male. We end up with 75% offspring, and we keep tipping the scale closer and closer to the Andrew Hamanas. As a safety policy, I should take the most Andrew Hamana looking males from this line and cross them to the most Andrew Hamana looking females from that line. Again, doesn't matter if I have low quality females that don't resemble the Andrew Hamana stock. If they get crossed to your male, which is 100%, it will still push them towards 75%, etc. plus. And if I get him to be as longevous as possible, it's possible we could even do 100% to 75% crosses. So, yeah, this is a big hisser, and I do, like you said, I do feel like these guys could be getting bigger. This guy, he's huge, but I feel like he's got some unachieved potential in here somewhere from something. But yeah, by any metric, this is a huge bug, and people should love it. It has a more imposing presence than the Stelpnochlora even, and those things are huge. Hi, Exotic Wilderness. Thanks for coming. Hyperbeam says, mine are about the same size too. I haven't measured them all yet, though. Oh, that's right. You got a whole bunch of those too. So yeah, we got a plan to try and get more of that phenotype, get a stock going. I think it probably was humidity that they want more of. A lot of hissers want more humidity, and it's just it's weird. Portentosa and Elliptorhina are just dry demons, basically. Elliptorhina more so than Portentosa, but they just take it real dry, man. So, but these Princessia, more humid, something about it. Oblongonota seem to want it more humid. Again, thinking back to how well mine did in the plastic bins. I'm ready to switch back to plastic bins for Oblongonota if that's what it takes to save them. I just can't. So, big and hissy. Color looks pretty good for Andrew Hamana too, but again, TJ and I are gonna have a big maybe a live stream or something where I'm going to hold up males and we're going to yay or nay them to try and get down to like the best 2 or 3 of the stock. But look at those horns too. They're like actual protrusions there. Pretty crazy. Exotic Wilderness I keep my Elliptorhina bone drying except for one corner TBH, and they're doing amazing. Yeah, Elliptorhina definitely is the more dry tolerant out of the two genera. Ailuropida is pretty dry tolerant too, I've found. But man, I really need to get some traction on my Oblongonota, get them back up and going. Same with the standard tigers. Princessia are all doing pretty well though, so I'm thankful for that. Except for my old stock stuff that we got from somebody, they seem to not be in the best shape coming from them. So, Exotic Wilderness wants Chopardii, but doesn't have enough money for them. Maybe you have somebody talk to you to get you something from the auction. Maybe there might be some of those tonight. Not 100% sure though. But whoop.